Good evening. Okay.
Yes, hi.
Hi, who's on the line?
It's Sarah. Jennifer.
Okay. Give me 1 minute. I'm waiting for another line to get started, okay? Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm going to put everybody
Okay.
on speaker so I can hear everybody. Okay, if you're on the conference call, can you guys hear me right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. Okay. 1 second, waiting for the other screen to pop up. I hope everybody had a wonderful day today. So when we get when we get started, I'm going to mute you guys that's on the conference call. All of you guys will be muted, and I'll unmute you at the end when our guest is finished if you have any questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, somebody need to mute their phone. You got a lot of noise in your background. Yeah, there it is. Thank you. For some reason, our other line isn't picking up. Good evening. If you're watching me live on Facebook, yes, I'm on. Okay, they say my other page is not showing. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me see what's going on with this page. Here, here. Okay, let's see. I think we are live, but I may have to go out and come back in. Let me see. 1 second. My production is at work tonight, so I'm here by myself. Okay, there we are. Now we're on. Good evening, Ariel. Ariel, stay tuned because I have a surprise for you because you share the most. You're always sharing the post, so you hang on. I got a surprise for you on tonight's show, okay? All right, so you just hold on. I'm on the other page now. My daughter's at work, so I was trying to get everything going by myself. So you guys forgive me for coming on a tad bit late. I do appreciate you guys. We do have a extra bonus tonight. So tonight we also have some callers. We have a conference call number now. You can actually hear the show on conference call. So let me tell you what's going on. So we have one line over here, we have another live over here, we have YouTube over here, and right here we have our conference call. going on. So if I say something and you don't see it on your screen, it just means I'm talking to someone on a different screen, okay? All right. So I hope you guys had a really, really good day today. I'm going to get live in the comments with you so I can see what you guys are saying. I had a really good day today, not too eventful, ran a few errands, took care of a few things, nothing too eventful, took care of a little business here and there or what have you, and just really kind of prepared for the show tonight. With the girls being gone, I don't have a whole lot to running around with school being out, and now both of the girls are gone, so I kind of got a lot of time to myself. So I had a pretty good day today. And I do pray that you guys had a wonderful day as well. All right? Again, good evening to everyone who's just coming on. Good evening to you all. We have some special guests tonight. I'm super excited about the show on tonight because our guests tonight are just, to me, they're just phenomenal. I just think, I think they're both phenomenal. I think they both have incredible testimonies. I think they have both overcome some really incredible mountains and valleys, and I'm just super excited for you guys to hear their stories. I interviewed them both on yesterday, and I'm telling you, I was just like, sometimes you can see people on Facebook or what have you, or you can see them out and about or what have you, but it's nothing like having a conversation with a person that will let you get to know them. You get to hear their voice and feel the inflections, of their voice and stuff like that. Nothing says, I want to get to know you better than a good old-fashioned conversation, and that's what we had. And I'm so appreciative that the gentlemen are trusting me with their stories, that they're trusting this particular platform. It's not a huge platform, but it is a platform where my heart is really, really, really hoping to help as many people as we can to understand that in the African American community, when we start talking about depression or mental illness, that is such a taboo subject. That is the subject most least talked about. We'll talk about everything else in the African American communities, but we will not deal with the things that we need to deal with, things that we see every day. We'll see somebody, we'll see, they throw it off, or child, he been like that, but we won't sit down and actually have the conversations. Okay, so when you say he been like that, well, what's wrong with him, child? I don't know, they just act crazy. But why? We don't have the conversations that will allow us to get to know one another, to see if something's actually going wrong. And I do get it. I understand some people just act up for attention. But that's not always the case. It's not always the case. Sometimes people actually have things going on. All right? So, okay, I think our guest has arrived. So let me give you, I like to give you a little statistics and a little bit of science, and then we go right into what we're talking about, all right? So let me get here with you guys. Again, if you're coming in on the conference call, go ahead and mute your phone for me. And when I introduce my first speaker, he is actually on the conference call line. So everybody else, mute your phone for me so we don't have that that background noise. All right? All right. So, we've been talking about mental illness and how it relates to the African American community. And I've been reading some research to you called Too Blessed to Be Stressed. It's an article I found dealing with this particular subject. It's talking about a rural faith community's views of African American males and how they deal with depression. I want to go right into this study they did, and I want to read this study to you right quick. And as soon as I read this study, right after that, I'm going to introduce our first guest, and I'm just going to let him have the floor. I'll interject with some questions or what have you. These guys are so smart. They're so ready. I just can't wait. Okay, let's just do this first. All right, so here's what they did. It says the study followed the principles of community-based participatory research Participants were recruited from a rural community located in northeast Arkansas, near the borders of Missouri and Tennessee, in the Mississippi River Delta region. The targeted community has a larger population of African Americans than other Arkansas counties. Participants were recruited by a university community partner who was introduced to the lead researcher by a university liaison. The community partner is a director of a local nonprofit organization affiliate with a local church. Keep those two in mind. So now we have a university, we have a local church, but the common denominator, we got African American men, okay? Keep that in your pocket for a second. After completing protection of human subjects training, the partner recruited potential participants for the study through personal contacts in the community. Participants comprised 3 cohorts: a group of pastors, a group of African American men who have self-reported history of stress and or depressive symptoms, and a group of parishioners interested in health, both men and women. To be included in the studies, first cohorts of pastors had to be the primary pastor of a predominantly African American Christian church within a geographic recruitment area for a minimum of 1 year. So you have to be the senior pastor for at least 1 year in order to participate in this particular study, okay? So the second group, they included, were African American males, 18 years and older. They attended you had to attend a predominantly African American Christian church in the recruiting area, and you also were self-identified as interested in improving the health of your community. So in order for them to participate, and then all of them had to be able to speak English. Okay, these are the rules of this particular study. So then what happens in the study is they identify key issues and experiences important to the participants. Focus groups were used as the primary source of data. The focus groups were conducted at various convenient locations in the community. Mute your phone if you're on the conference line. In the community, including a private room at a restaurant, a church, and a business conference room. The first 3 focus groups, one with each cohort, was designed to collect initial data about the community.
You're like a lady minister or something. You did. Remember I told you, I said my friends, y'all text.
Okay. All right. So the first 3 groups, one with each cohort, was designed to collect initial data about the community and the beliefs of its residents. The initial focus group followed a semi-structured format, and the questions varied slightly based on the cohorts. So listen to this. At the beginning of each session, the participants were provided dinner. They were, okay, who's talking to me? Let me get in the comments. I thought I was in the comments with you guys. They were given dinner, and they were given, informed of their rights, and then they were asked to complete the consent form and the demographic questionnaire, okay? So at the end of all of this, they were given a gift card of $25, you know, I guess for their time and participation in this particular study. So let's find out what they found. And the crazy thing about this, what was ironic to me was that the number of people, and I just feel like this study would have been best served had they broadened the variables, because they only included 24 people in this particular study, and I just feel like they would have got a better read if they had widened, you know, the study, you know, had more people in the study or what have you. I just think they would have gotten a better read off of, you know, more people. So they had males, 16 males, females. They had ages from 18 to 56 and older. Some were never married, divorced, high school diploma, college graduates. Some had bachelors and beyond. Some were full-time. Some were retired veterans. Some were disabled, unemployed, part-time. They started from, you can make under $20,000 and go all the way up to over $100,000. Some didn't even answer the question. But denominationally, they had Baptist, Pentecostal, Church of God in Christ, non-denominational, and some did not care to tell what denomination they were.
Hello?
Okay, yeah, can you guys hear me on the conference line? So, if you are on the conference line, go ahead and mute your call for me. Okay, so here's what happened. Out of 24 African American faith community members, 16 were men and 8 were women. 9 African American male pastors were pastors. 4 African American men with a history of self-reported stress or depressive symptoms, and 11 African American parishioners, 3 of whom were male. So they did this study to see that what the whole concept is. They're trying to see why is it that African American men are either underdiagnosed, misdiagnosed. Why aren't we having these conversations in our communities or in our homes, in our churches? Why aren't we talking about depression or mental illness and things of that nature? That's what the study was trying to get into. And so the study says one thing, but I believe we don't talk about it because it's just certain things as African Americans we were taught not to talk about. You know, it just wasn't kosher to talk about them, you know. And so I want to get to my guest. That's what I want to get to. I'll read out some more of this later, but tonight I want to get to my guest because these gentlemen are just, to me, they're just phenomenal. They have absolutely wonderful stories, and I really just want to get to their stories. So I'm going to introduce my first guest. Are you on the line, sir? Are you here? Let's see. Okay, are you on the line? Let's see which one he is.
Unmuted.
Okay. Are you on the line? Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to see if our guest is on the line. Tonight he is going by the name Big Country. Big Country, are you on the line yet? You guys work with me tonight. You know, when I'm by myself, I'm just be like, which way did he go?
Big Country.
Good evening, sir.
Hello, we're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I'm by myself. Normally my daughter is here to help me run all of this, but tonight she's at work, so I'm by myself. So prayerfully everybody's being really patient with me. And so let me go ahead and give you a proper introduction, and let me make sure our guest on Facebook can hear you also. Can you guys hear him? Can you guys hear him okay on the conference call? Let me know. Let me turn it up some. Ariel, you're on a different line. Can you hear him over here on this line, Ariel? And someone on this page here, let me know if you can hear him.
This is Sarah. I can hear him.
Okay, you're on the conference call. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right. So, thank you, Pastor Marvin. All right, so we're good. Okay. Thank you, Ariel. Okay, so everybody can hear. All right, so this gentleman he's going by Big Country tonight. He is a veteran of the military, and I just can't wait for him to get into his story. So he's a retired military vet, and I'm going to let him tell you his story, all right? I got a lot of notes here, got a lot of questions so that you guys can know what I know, but I want him to just get right into it and tell his story. Would everybody please welcome Big Country to the show?
All right, thanks for the introduction. The question that you had a topic on last week, you can go ahead and ask me that for a recap, and I'll get right into it.
All right.
You asked on the show last week, then I'll bring it up to par from there.
Okay.
Go ahead and get going.
Okay, I sure will. So on last week, this is actually part 2. So on last week, we started talking from a perspective about African American men and how they deal with depression or any form of mental illness. Are they aware of that? You know, when something changes in them, are they aware that something is, you know, hey, I might need to go see a doctor or what have you? And if they are they comfortable enough with their significant other or a friend or a pastor or whomever? Are they comfortable enough to go talk to somebody and say, hey, I think I need help? So we were talking about, why don't men talk? Why don't men talk more openly? You know, why is it so hard for men to express themselves, express their feelings, express their emotions? And so we were talking along those lines, you know, and one of the things I really, really wanted to bring to your attention is that I just don't think what we're seeing, whether it's via social media or what have you, all the things that we're seeing pertaining to the black men these days, I particularly don't subscribe to the notion that this is the black man. I just think our black men are so much better than the representation that they've been getting lately. And so I, as a pastor, you know, you counsel people, and you know, one of the questions women always, you know, say, well, how do I get him to talk to me? He won't talk to me, you know. So tonight, I'm going to let the gentleman tell us what is it going to take for them to feel safe. I also want them to talk about their particular journey with any form of mental illness. So I'm going to let them jump right into it. Last evening, I was talking with Big Country, and he said he brought up some really, really incredible points, and I wrote down some notes. So as he's talking, I may interject some things just to bring out some of the key points that he made last night that I thought were really, really, really good nuggets while he was talking. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Big Country.
All right, thank you.
My pleasure.
It was a heck of an introduction. Right. Well, I'll give you my story. I'm born and raised from South Carolina, a very rural town called Monk's Corner, outskirts of Charleston, and I've traveled all over the world, met all kind of people, ate different foods, you know, got educated abroad, and like I was telling you yesterday, and the average age group is around our age, you know. I'm getting ready to turn 50, Lord willing, 48, maybe mid-40s, you know, 53, 55 or so, give or take. Our parents, our parents are around 80 years old, maybe in the 70s, and I call it the slave mentality. Right. I'm not putting anybody down.
Right.
But if you look at it, I use my mother as an example. My mom's like 71. Her mom was born in 1918. Okay. When I was a little boy, when my grandmother, that's my great grandmother, passed away. She was born in 1890. So we're from that old school era.
Right.
Shut up, keep your mouth shut, speak As a man, that's instilled with you. You don't discuss nothing at the table, eat your food, and keep your mouth shut. When you're a grown man now, and you don't know no better. So a lot of black males have PTSD or mental issues leaving their home. In the black community, we are notorious to say that, oh, he's crazy. Something wrong with him. In the country slang we use, his bread is not done.
Okay.
I don't know if you ever heard of that.
No.
But, and therefore, that goes on to you're a grown man and you have kids, and you really have to teach yourself how to love somebody, because you don't know no better. Because I'm from the era, your father don't show no emotion. You're in the house with a man, but they don't talk much. Everything is a secret. You know, that's that era. So my great grandmother was born in 1890. I was about 5 years old when she passed away, but I still remember her. So my grandmother born in 1918, now her mama in 1890. So of course my grandmother's grandmother, which her mama's mama, had to come from that slave era.
Right.
That's where it comes from. And I'm not really talking that long ago, 1918 and now.
Right.
And that's where it goes, and that's where it comes from. And our parents don't have that mentality. Don't tell me nothing. You're the child. You have to talk inside the box. As long as you say the weather is good, the cake sure tastes good, Mama. How was your day? Did it rain today? And as long as you talk like that, it's all fair and games. When you address your parents about an issue, they get mad.
Okay.
And believe it or not, it's a lot. When we travel in the world, there's a lot of white people who grew up the same way as blacks. Different skin color, you know. And I learned that too. A lot of people come to me counseling, and a lot of men say they don't go to women to talk about issues because when a lot of women get mad, they throw it back in their face.
So you're saying, are you saying that prohibits men from talking and opening up sometimes? Because when they do open up, you know, something that they might share in confidence or whatever, it gets thrown back in their face at a later time.
Right.
Okay.
I had several African American men give you an example. Say, whether they were married or in a relationship, they get the black sheep of the family. So when that woman gets mad, the first thing they'll say a lot of times, that's why your mama didn't like you. That's why your dad treated you the black sheep. And that shuts them down completely with anything.
Yeah.
As far as opening up and developing.
Yeah.
Because when a man is 18, in our generation, you're really not a man yet. It's a process in this development stage. But people grow us out on the wolves, but a lot of times we don't have good role models. You learn on the go, you know, as far as communicating different things. That's why a lot of men are quiet.
Right.
And we don't talk about our problems. The society as a whole has focused everything on the woman, pretty much. And the man has really, you know, society's really shut the black man down as far as communicating with their issues about anything. Just take what we have on the plate, eat it, and throw the rest in the garbage, you know.
Right.
But what you're doing needs to be told. Everybody has a story, you know, that needs to be told about mental illness and PTSD. I was diagnosed with PTSD, didn't even know I had it. Came from the military, and I have a strong-natured heart. I said I was going to beat PTSD. It wasn't going to beat me.
Right.
Have I really talked to it about with anybody? Not really, just a little bit.
Right.
I'm from that era too. I'm still working on that also.
Right.
Because who can you really trust? And then when you talk to a female, are they really concerned what you're really saying is true?
Right.
You know?
Right.
And that's what the problem is with a lot of African American males today. And which I applaud you for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Actually, you're pretty much the only one I know that stepped out.
Yeah. Yeah. It was scary. I'm not going to lie to you. It was scary, but you know, I have my own battle, you know, with depression, and I know how hard it was for me to come forward. So I can imagine how tough it must be for men to talk about it and for men to just kind of, open up about it, like you said, because you guys are I said this one time before, men are hardwired, and you guys are taught, like you said, you guys are taught, early, basically sit down, shut up, suck it up, take it, and go on, like you were saying. And you mentioned something last night. You mentioned that you talked about that post-slave era. And I thought that was so key how you broke down the timeline like you did just now, where, between the grandmother and grandfather, then the mother and father, and then to our current generation of how things were done, how things were said, and the understanding that we got, and then the understanding that we left home, when we got grown and left home, we left home with an understanding that, okay, when I get out here in this world, basically we don't have rights to say how we feel. We don't have a right to say, you know what I'm saying? We didn't know what our rights were because we didn't have a right to have an opinion at home.
Right. And I can use my mother as an example. I won't say her name, but my mom, she's not quite as bad. Let me back it up a little bit. Now, my grandma was born in 1918, my mother's mother. She just passed away maybe 5 years ago. So, of course, I grew with her all my life.
Mm-hmm.
My mom has that mentality. She don't think she do, but I've left home like 31 years ago, so I can see it, mentality. Without her seeing herself, but she don't know no bad. I'm not saying it's bad.
Right.
But I
that's just what they were taught.
Even to this day, I'm talking about, I use structured talking.
Right.
You don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
You don't know I'm doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do.
Right.
When I talk to my brothers and sisters who's in that era, lived there, I use structured talking also. Right. I mean, of course, I keep it on sports.
Right.
Or, something simple.
Right.
And a lot of Caucasian people who see a psychiatrist, believe it or not.
Oh yeah.
And you can tell African American family members, some people, you're going to go talk to a psychiatrist. First thing, like they say, I'm going to piggyback what I said. They're saying we crazy, we got problems. South Carolina is a word. That boy sure is fool. He fool up. That's the old country slang they use.
Okay. He fooled up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fool up. Yeah. But what they use, that slang. And you lost in the world, and can't really talk to nobody.
Right.
You by yourself.
Right. So do you think that?
That's just how. Go ahead.
So do you think that females are taught differently how to handle emotional things when they're coming up versus how boys are taught?
I believe that too. My sister, I think she's about 45 now. I didn't notice till she told me that our father showed her some love. When our mother did it. My mom told me I'll be 50 next month. But my mom told me for the first time she loved me, that didn't bother me because I understand the error.
Right.
That didn't bother me. I know she loved me, but the first time she said those words was about 7 months ago. I was shocked. I just screamed to myself, but that didn't bother me.
Okay.
I know she do love me. That's the difference.
Yeah, I don't think they knew to say it.
Drink some wine or something, but she don't drink. She must be been drinking some wine.
Right.
To tell me that, but I was just laughing about that to myself.
Right.
But that's that era. You have to get help. You have to go to the doctor. But depression kills. It can affect your cholesterol. Yeah. It can affect your heart rate. Everything. It can give you sleep apnea.
Oh yeah. So you were saying that you was diagnosed with PTSD. But you didn't even know it. No one told you. Your doctor didn't call you. No one told you you had been diagnosed with it. So,
correct.
How did you know, or how did you find out so our audience will understand how you came to understand that you had been diagnosed with PTSD if no one actually called you or told you?
This is how I found out. January of this year, I had a regular doctor appointment with my doctor. And I didn't know. And I went to another appointment. It wasn't even an appointment for health ailments. It was just a questionnaire. I'm a Gulf War veteran, and they were just doing a questionnaire. But I went to the doctor, and the physician looked it up in the notes, saying you've been diagnosed with PTSD, and that's how I found out in April, which I did not. My doctor didn't tell me that.
And then I wonder, why wouldn't the doctor call you and tell you? Why wouldn't, this is a big problem with our veterans. I don't think we take care of our veterans, I just don't. I think the United States does a really poor job of taking care of veterans, because there is no way. How long when you read the notes, how long had it been since he wrote in your file that he diagnosed you with PTSD, from that time till the time you found out when you seen it in your file yourself? How much time had elapsed?
A whole year, and I didn't know.
So you were walking around with PTSD for a whole year, and you never knew. You never got a phone call from the doctor, so all that information just sitting there in your file. And you just happened to read it one day, because someone told you, and you was like, oh, so, okay. So, but in yourself, did you know you had PTSD? Did you know, were there any symptoms of, depression? Did you feel any different?
Yes, I did. I'll share my story a little further. Okay. I'm gonna be real, and I hope they can handle it.
Yes, go ahead.
My stepdad raised me, so I was depressed as a child. I mean, it was times, I'm the oldest of 4 kids. We're from the Santa Claus era, our age group. I woke up for Christmas, and he made sure his kids had Christmas. I wasn't here for Santa Claus, but I didn't have anything. My grandmother has one sister that still lives. She's about 98, 99 now. Anyways, I probably was in the 2nd or 3rd grade. She instilled in me, son, don't worry about it. One day you're going to be a man. I used to look in the mirror and cry as a little boy. And I kept that faith in God that I was going to beat it, and I wasn't going to go to drugs or alcohol, use it. And God just gave me some, everybody has a different story to pass. There ain't no right or wrong with the past somebody had to take.
Right.
I don't look at the drug addict as a bad person.
Right.
It can't steal alcohol. As far as I can speak about me, God saved me from going the wrong path.
Right.
And the hurt was still there as a grown man. You know what I'm saying? It didn't go away.
Right.
But as I got older, I didn't put my daddy until I was 40 years old. I told him the truth, how I felt. And I was, that's only depression. Okay? I carried it all the way until I was 40.
So,
He did.
You say you met your dad when you was 40? What did you say?
No, I'm talking about my stepdad.
Oh, your
I didn't
stepdad.
my stepdad about that type of situation. My stepdad raised me, and when I was going back to the era that in our age group we believed in Santa Claus.
Right.
Well, I was saying one Christmas that my brothers or sisters had their toys out there. He made sure his kids, and I didn't get nothing. So that scarred me for life as a child. That's a form of depression, and I was going back to my grandmother's sister. She's still living.
And you remember how old you were?
Go ahead.
You remember how old you were when you first realized that your stepdad was treating you different than he was treating the other kids? Particularly when you would come downstairs for Christmas, everybody got gifts but you. How old were you when you started realizing something was different and that it was affecting you? Even as a child, you knew that you was not a happy child. You was depressed or what have you.
I probably was off the top of my head, whatever grade you are in the 4th grade, I would say. Whatever.
I think about 9 or 10 maybe. Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay.
I don't remember. But anyways, I remember that, yes.
Yeah.
It could have been the 3rd grade, but it wasn't over. It wasn't past And I confronted him when I was 40 years old.
Wow.
And he kind of danced around it.
Mhm.
But I don't remember that. I said, yeah, it's true, it happened. I broke it down elementary to him. But the way God, I don't wish bad on nobody, but the way God fixed that thing, God spoke to me plain as day. Keep living. One day he's gonna get old.
Right.
Sure enough, he has some issues right now. You can't mistreat kids, you know.
Right.
Because a lot of that stuff come back on you, but that made me strong to this day. So I fought all that depression, and I was real strong with it, you know. And I thank God that, you know, I didn't turn that the other way. And that's what saved me. I went to the military and I got away from that. That was my escape, technically. You know? And that's what happened to me. And another thing that can make a man depressed, a lot of people don't know this. I'm not picking on women. I'm just giving you situations.
Right.
When a man is in a situation, he raised another woman's child, or it could be his own child.
Okay.
Something that can make a man depressed is never disrespect a man in front of his kids. They can do anything, whatever that man may do. That's your own business. But don't disrespect him in front of his kids, because he feels a sense of hope and a sense of sorrow. He gets depressed that he's no good as a man.
Right.
That he's the laughing stock. And a man can go into a PTSD stage in depressed mode because of that right there.
So you're saying if he's made to look a certain way in the eyes of his kids, that could trigger, you know, some emotional scarring there and cause him, you know, to kind of close up emotionally.
Right.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
Because, I mean, and it could trigger some things that he went through in the past also. You just never know what could trigger that.
Right.
You know, in the past when a woman can do that to a man. You know. And a lot of women would be surprised, you know, that they have a big impact on a man. One of my models that I like to use, I want to make the whole family tick.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a ticking clock. A woman set that pace. For the whole household and the man's temperament. And when a man would come up from that post-slave era, his parents, they don't know what to do. It's like they like a baby.
Right.
Yeah, they don't know what to do. And a lot of African-American males don't get help.
Why do you think that is, Big Country? Why do you think African-American men shy away from help? They even shy away from the conversation about getting help, let alone actually getting help. Why do you think that is?
They're really ashamed. I know a young lady married to one of my friends now. She's brought it up to him about his childhood. They're embarrassed. They're actually embarrassed. They'd rather die like that than get help.
Right. And do you think?
Another thing. Go ahead.
Do you think that men, or were you aware, you know, that hey, you know, something is wrong? I know you talked about like experiencing mood swings. When did you notice that hey, you know, something's, you know, kind of maybe I ought to go see a doctor or go talk to a therapist or what have you? Did you ever get that feeling?
Actually, I did, believe it or not. I'm going to piggyback on what you just said.
Okay.
I was about, I'm going to say 36.
Okay.
And I knew I would feel snappy, get mad quick.
Yeah.
And I did go to a doctor. I actually went to an African-American doctor, psychologist, and guess what?
What?
They laughed at me. Told me I was lying.
What?
Yes, true story. And they got fired from their job after that.
A therapist laughed at you?
A psychologist, yes, an African-American female, true story.
Wow.
And that kind of, I took about a 5-year absence, I would say.
Yeah.
I only say, let me go back, start this therapy, you know, psychologist again.
Right.
And then I asked one of the doctors who was evaluating me, the lady told me she doesn't work there anymore.
Oh.
Story.
Yeah, I don't.
That African-American thing that I just told you.
Yeah, that's just unethical in so many ways. You know, is
right.
That's so unethical. And then you don't know how you can affect people. You know what I'm saying? Somebody coming in for help, and you know, you laughing, or you making light, or you making small of their situations. Like, why are you even working there? You know. But most of the time, people like that are scarred within themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And when a woman is bitter like that towards a man, most of the time she got daddy issues, you know, or she got an issue with somebody that she was in a relationship that she never forgave, you know. So I don't know how they allowed that to happen. Yeah. So let me ask you this.
When I went to the doctor, she was laughing at me, and it seemed like I had to prove my situation, what was going on. It was like I was battling with her.
Right.
I don't know if it was an African American thing or what, but right after me, a couple years, 5 years later, the new doctor told me she was reported a lot of times.
Oh.
And they got rid of her.
Yeah, she probably needs to be on the other side getting counseling herself then. You know?
Right. Yes, right. I've never experienced something like that before.
Yeah, I've never heard of anything like that either. So let me ask you this: How do you think a man would learn then how to communicate if he has never had that with his father? If he's never had that, you know, that example of, you know, this is how you relate how you feel, you know, versus acting out or being angry. If a man has never had that particular example before him, then how does he grow up and learn how to communicate if he's never had an example?
That's a very good question, actually. Mm-hmm. That's one of the most hardest things. That's like basically building the Egyptian pyramid in 2019.
Wow. Yeah, that is difficult, right?
Very few male role models. Mm-hmm. It's far and beyond. Mm-hmm. It's something that's hard to do. Mm-hmm. For me, looking back, that might never happen while we're alive on this earth today. Mm-hmm. I mean, even if a man go to a group session, first thing you're going to say, can I tell my story? Or is anybody in here going through the same thing I went through? You know? Yeah.
And do you think they're going to be more apt to be honest, or they're going to be more hesitant about being honest?
They're going to be more hesitant.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while. It has to be group sessions. This, what you're doing is a start. But I think group sessions, that'll do it. Have you ever heard of this full name of God?
Say it again.
Have you ever heard of a radio host called Charlemagne the God? He's a international.
Yes.
Okay. I applaud him because what we're talking about right now, he's actually said on the show mentioning the same thing I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Right
okay.
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Black male mental awareness.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you talk about your...
He has a book right now called Shootborn. That's what he's talking about.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's good.
He Shootborn.
Wow. So you talk about your stepdad, Big Country, but what about your real dad? How was your relationship with your real dad coming up?
My real dad, I didn't know about him until I was about 16. I was pretty much grown.
Okay.
But keep in mind, maybe 2 or 3 years later, I went to the military. I was gone.
Okay.
So I tried to build a relationship with him. I'm his only child that he had that he has to this day. Mm-hmm. He's still from that post-slave era. Like everything's a secret. Man, when he has PTSD from Vietnam. He has some mental issues, you know, that he's dealing with, and I tried to get him to open up. And true story, I haven't spoken to him in about 2 years. I'm at that point. The slang that I like to use, my trademark slogan that I came up with, I keep the train moving.
Right.
You know?
Right.
I don't have time for the yick. I call it the yickety yak. So,
yeah, you country.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you good in country.
I am.
Yeah.
Do I have an accent? Do I have a slight accent, or can you understand me?
Yeah, I can understand you, but the yickety yak and.
That's right. I don't have time for the yickety yak. But anyway.
That's a new one.
I'll give you a story about me and him.
Mhm.
On my phone, like I said, I might call you. You might see on my phone. Keep on trucking. I change my call ID every now and then. I might have on there Big Daddy for a week or two. But I called him at this time, I think 2 years ago almost. I had on there Big Daddy. Oh, you call yourself Big Daddy now? So that's that yickety yak. Bye, see you. My train moving, holla. And I don't have time for him too.
Right.
As I look back, by the grace of God, if I didn't go through all of that, God already knew what was going to happen.
Right.
I wouldn't be in the position I am in today.
That's true. That's true.
And as I look back, whether whoever came my way did me wrong,
Right.
I tell them thank you. I'm not mad, and I appreciate them putting me in this position.
Right. Big Country, I don't know if you can see online, but Pastor Marvin said he's our next guest. He said he's defending Big Country when he get on because he's a good brother. He said you're a good brother, so he got your back.
Hey, I like that. I like that. And our next segment, whenever you want to talk about that, I want to talk about some African American in finance. Well, if you want me to.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have you come back for that one.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's gonna be a good one too. Yeah. So let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this. How much influence do you think the mother or the father have over the son's emotional well-being? Like, who had the most influence, you think, over your emotional well-being when you were coming up?
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready to tell it real, or you want me to?
Yeah. No. I want you to keep it 100.
Okay, I'm going to give you another country with fiddle panel.
Okay.
All right. I think the mothers do, because African American women are notorious for turning their kids against the father. And that's what makes the father go into depression too. And it can make that little boy get into depression. He's mad and depressed, and he don't even know why.
Right.
I'll give you a true story. Up until 1 month ago, I haven't talked to my son in 6 years straight, maybe 7 years.
Wow.
Okay? Been a good father. From the Penn State with me. My brother played college ball. My own son traveled around the country, different football camps. But his mom had that hold on him. So now, life had to beat him up. He's getting ready to turn 26.
Okay.
He had a football scholarship. Played college ball for 1 semester. Told me to my face, he's going to go pro, and I'm going to regret it.
Wow.
You know what I was regretting, because I'm still living. So how you say I'm regretting it, but the way God mixed up that bowl of oatmeal and then put them raisins in there. At 26 years old, he had to call area code 904.
Right.
Because God beat him up a little bit.
Right.
And I wasn't mad at him, believe it or not. I was angry at his mother. I can say this about me because that's my child.
Right.
She turned him into a bum. She turned him into a bum.
Right.
Straight up bum. If he was under my tutelage at 23 years old, I've been blessed to meet a lot of people. My son would have been making 6 figures at 23 years old.
Okay.
But it ain't his fault. It's that mama with that mindset had his mind depressed because I'm the daddy so-and-so. And he called me back. Daddy, I apologize. I need a man tutor.
That's good.
And it seemed like I was basically, with his mentality, goes back to that mental depression. I'm basically teaching a grown man with a 15-year-old mindset. I didn't tell him that.
Right.
You know. But I'm getting him back on the right track. And what his mother did, that was a waste of time if she would have turned him into something prosperous.
Right.
Without any mental negativity, I would have nothing to say.
Right. Right.
So it goes back to what your question was, that mama said that, I call it that TikTok.
Right.
Women set that TikTok pace.
Okay.
You know, I hope I didn't preach to you too hard.
Oh, you're doing good. You're doing very good. You're doing very good. So our next question is, why don't men talk about their feelings more? Why do you think?
Go ahead. I cut you off. Go ahead.
Why do you think men, it's hard to get you guys to just, I'll give you, for instance, let's just say, for instance, I come in from a long day, and you might say, or somebody, you might say, well, how was your day? So I'm going to go into a whole, I'm going to say, well, when I first got to work, they didn't even have the coffee ready. I'm going to start right there. But when I ask you, how's your day, you're going to say, well, everything went all right. And that's the end of the conversation with you. And I'm like, but women are like, I know more than that happened, so why don't you guys just really just open up, even if something bad happened at work? Why is it so hard for y'all to say, this is what happened?
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not here to put down African American women. I'm just here to tell the truth from what I've seen the last 50 years.
Right.
A lot of African American women, there's a very few number that are some emotional creatures that give that teddy bear love. Because as black men, y'all can draw it out of us. We suckers. You don't. You can just, like I told you last night, put your big toe on our ankle.
Right.
You don't eat it up.
Right.
And a lot of y'all send the TikTok page, just rub our head or say, hey, how you doing? And you keep doing it, we don't have a choice but to reply back. And a lot of African American women, I'm a firm believer, no matter what, a woman has to have that nature and spirit. That's y'all regardless.
Right.
And that's why we don't know no better.
Right.
Women, we got to bring it out. You just rub our chest, a little kiss at us, and wink. You get the whole check. Yeah. We don't do this because we selfish. I've read this, not just what I'm saying.
Right.
That it's in black and white. Y'all don't have to really do nothing to us.
Right.
Act like you like us.
And you say y'all will open up.
Yeah. You can just fake it. Hey, baby. Them pink shoestring shows look good in that yellow. I'll tell you what, boy. That's all y'all got to do.
So what you're saying, men are simple creatures, basically.
Simple. Yeah, we're very simple. We're stupid. Yeah. I mean, it's easy. You can bring us a tuna sandwich. Don't even taste good. Just, hey, this for you, honey. Ain't gonna get you there. It's just a thought.
Right.
When a girl bought me something to eat, then we gonna go ahead and just book this vacation for you.
Right.
And you really don't have to buy us. Nothing.
Right.
Buy one shirt every 8 months.
Mhm.
And we just suck it up. But y'all set the pace on all that, the coffee ready and different things like that, because we don't want to be embarrassed,
Right.
We're gonna have to do something, even if we're faking it.
Right.
Try to make you some homemade biscuits. We're gonna have flour everywhere.
Oh Lord.
You're not gonna let the woman outshine you for so much.
Right.
Emotional creatures. That's what I've been taught you.
Right. So, do you think men are aware when something in them change emotionally, or do you think they equate their emotions to external factors? Do you think it's easier for them to look inside and say, hey, something's in me that's going on, or do you think it's easier for men to say, well, this is going on because of something external that's happening?
A lot of times men don't know nothing. We don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
Some women have to try to talk to us, and we have to be confronted with it.
Right.
We don't know nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times when you talk to female, what that is, the conversation's quick. So those back to what they want to talk about.
Right.
And it's like they're not really hearing that you say no. Like we don't understand. It goes back to how we was raised, and it goes a lot of the old school men. They're not here with us anymore.
Right.
But that's where a lot of the teaching comes from.
Right.
Believe it or not, I actually grew up in the military.
Okay.
I didn't know a lot about different things either.
Mm-hmm.
As far as how to communicate, how to write well, different things like that. And that's what I learned from a white man, actually. He was like, still living to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, when I was 40 years old, I told him that he lives overseas.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, and back up a little further, verbal speaking that you're spoken to. I was afraid to ask my own daddy how to learn how to tie a tie. I went down the dirt road and asked another man to show me.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
It's the era I came from.
Yeah. And you would think that you would have an advantage because you had a dad and a stepdad. So you would think that would, you know what I'm saying, that would give you a one-up, that would give you, you know what I'm saying, that would have given you an advantage in life.
No, he was in the house, but he wasn't in the house.
Right.
He was completely real big complete silence for him in the house.
Yeah.
We never had a conversation about nothing.
Wow. Wow.
True story.
That had to be difficult, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course it was.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
But I came into my own now.
Right.
You know.
Right. So let me ask you this.
I can look. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So I threw this one out at you last night so you could have time to think about it. When a woman says, "Can I talk to you?" or "May I ask you something?" or "Why don't you talk to me?" What do you hear? What do men hear when they hear those questions coming at them like that?
That a woman then dug up something on them. That's not true.
So you think it was a setup?
Yeah. That was a good one.
Right.
That's not what it is. It's all about the approach.
Right.
An African American man can be hard to deal with. Sometimes I have to tell our man, I've been thinking, let's talk about some things, baby. Let's join in together.
Right.
Sometimes you have to use that approach, and he'll be receptive to it. He don't listen to you.
Right.
But you can't say, I want to talk to you. That's not going to work.
Right. So it's all about the approach and the technique.
What he's going to have his fire hose up with that fire ready to put up with 7 answers, different scenarios he's going to tell you. Yeah, get the truth out of that, man. He already ready for you.
Pastor Marvin said, yeah, it's a setup.
I told you. You don't get the same answer.
Right.
That's a woman just reworded it different.
Right.
Right.
So here's the next question then. How do we as women make it safe for men to feel free to open up and talk about anything? And when I say free, I mean like uninhibited, unrestricted, unreserved, and feeling free from any kind of judgment. How do women get men to that safe place where they can talk, where they'll tell anything, even if they're telling them, hey, old Susie on my job, she keep flirting with me, when is it safe? When do men feel safe to have those kind of conversations with their wife, girlfriend, or significant other? How do women make it safe?
If a woman's flirting with the man on the job, that you're asking me, how can a man feel safe to tell a woman that?
To come home and tell his wife, or no.
I'm gonna tell you a joke, but the joke is true. Then I'm gonna answer the question.
Okay.
This is back to this is true. This joke. My granddaddy told me, guess what? He said, come here, boy. Let me holler at you. Let's go in the smoke. Let's go in the smoke barn. You know why I was married to your grandmother for 50, 60 years? I said, no, sir. I'm gonna tell you. He sat on the piece of wood. He said, lie, boy, lie. But to answer your question, you can't tell no black woman about no woman flirting with you.
So you don't think that's even a safe conversation to have?
No. That don't mean a man is flirting back. You gotta take it to your grave.
Right.
Pretty average. Well, a lot of women, African American women, real, because I'm not saying possessive is bad, but real protective. You don't talk about that. Right.
No.
Ooh.
All right.
You gotta get that train moving. Gotta get that train moving.
That's true. That's your faith. That's your motto. So we talked about being. Have you ever suffered from or been diagnosed with depression of any kind, and were you aware of that when you first, before you knew you was diagnosed? Were you aware of it? I think we touched on that already.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And then one thing you pointed out, you talked about yesterday, you used a word, I can't remember, I wrote down a different word. You were talking about when a woman is constantly, what's that word you used? Not nicky-nacky. Was that one of your words you used?
Yeah, nicky-nacky. Well, when I grew up, I go back to my grandfather. He used to come home and say, "I'll be doggone, I'm going to get hell hack on the job and hell hack in the house."
Oh, that is hilarious. And everybody on the conference line is laughing. Oh my God, that is too funny. So you're saying that when a woman does that, that causes a man to shut down his communication.
Yeah, they don't like a lot of that. The average man doesn't like to, as soon as he comes through the door, talk about no business or nothing. You gotta ease it on him, and
Yeah.
You gotta know how to. You have to develop that style. I call it the funny style. You have to develop your own funny style.
Right.
That man, you gotta study him. You could be married to somebody for years and still don't know him.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
That's very true.
You gotta develop that style wherever it works.
Mhm.
How to play that violin. You gotta play that violin with it.
That's true. That's true. So again, it goes back to that technique and knowing how to talk to someone, and all of that.
Most men have this technique already. They just get quiet. That's it.
Mhm.
Sweet silence. That's their form of defending the hell hack. They just don't talk much.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So.
I enjoyed everything.
Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to get ready to go to a short commercial break, and we're going to talk about all of our sponsors. And when we come back, our second guest will be with us so we can finish up for tonight. Thank you so much, Big Country. And we're going to talk again because I want you to come back and talk about owning land and all of that kind of stuff, okay?
Yeah. We're going to come back on another show, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If you would like to discuss the land and finance, all that.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Yep, I'm going to bring you back and let you talk to us about that and share your experience and, how you came back from where you were and how you got back on top of the game and everything, all right?
All right.
And I
Okay, well, you have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you so much for calling in.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right. I bet that's Pastor Marvin saying that. All right, so we're going to go right quick to our commercial. And for our sponsors, I hope you guys enjoyed the first segment. That was Big Country coming to us from our conference line. And he will be back to talk to us again about finances and owning land and things of that nature. All right? So let me do my commercials right quick for my sponsors. So our first sponsor is Amazing Lash Studios right here in Atlanta in the Buckhead area. You can get a full set of classic lashes done for free with one of these gift cards, but you got to be in this area to go get them done. It's an $80 value. Inbox me if you want one. I got 5 of them. I need to give these away because I don't wear lashes because I rub my eyes too much, So, but if you like to go get your lashes done, you get, this is an $80 value. You get one. It's called a full classic set. Okay, and the address is 631 Miami Circle Studios in the Buckhead area. Okay, so if you're close to that area, if you go in that area, you shop that area, you live that area, hit me up in the inbox and I'll mail you one of these. Okay. All right. Thank you, Amazing Lash Studios. All right. So our next commercial, I'm going to play this for you right quick. Let me turn him up. Oops, sorry. I already started it. Let me start him over. This is Vander Williams.
I am Vander Williams. I am the owner and operator of the King Scribes Writers Community, and I am so glad to have an opportunity to speak with you today. First of all, let me say I am so grateful for my sister, Bonita Bradley. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to partner with you. My company is the King Scribes Writers Community, calling all authors. If you have a book, if you have a vision, if you're a poet, if you have a book of recipes, anything that you want to get published, I am the guy that you want to go to. I've been working with Bonita for, I guess, about 3 years now, and we've had the opportunity to publish, I think, 4 books together, and she's just grown to be family. And so for everybody that's watching this, if you call me, you're ready to get your book done in the next 90 days, if you will contact me and you will mention what's on your mind, the What's on Your Mind podcast, I will give you a $50 discount to publish your book because you are a friend of a friend of a friend. So listen, keep doing what you're doing, sis. God's calling all authors, calling all writers. It doesn't matter if you're a pastor, who you are, whatever your vision is for your book. Contact me, let me know. Here on Facebook, Vander Williams. You can look up my page, King's Scribes Writers Community, and I'd be glad to help you take your book from vision to reality. Until then, until I speak with you, have a blessed one.
All right, that was Vander Williams, and he is the guy that does all of my book covers and anything dealing with my graphics. That's the guy who did it. He did these book covers for me. He did all of my book covers. So he's on Facebook, King Scribe Writers Community, or look him up at Vander Williams. And if you mention What's on Your Mind show and with your host Bonita Bradley, he will give you $50 off of your services, okay? So make sure you take advantage of that. All right, and my next sponsor is Joy, J-O-I. Joy is a jewelry consultant. Tonight I got this set. Tonight I'm wearing the yellow and silver set. I have the earrings, the necklace, the ring, and the bracelet, okay? And here is Joy.
Hello, my name is Joy Gilbert, and I am one of the sponsors for the show called What's on Your Mind, hosted by Bonita Bradley. I'm an independent consultant for paparazzi accessories. All jewelry is $5 plus tax, legal, and marriage free. You can add me on Facebook at Jazzy J Jewelry Check to catch my live show showing my beautiful pieces. You can also purchase my jewelry through my website, www.jazzyjjewelrycheck.com. I have known Bonita Bradley for many years, and I support her in everything she does. Also, I support fellow entrepreneurs. I am sponsoring this show because I believe in my brand and its ability to change lives. They will be having a giveaway on the show, which I will be participating in, and I will be giving away Love Deep necklace that comes with the matching earrings. So one of you wonderful people will be getting this beautiful necklace set in a giveaway. My quote that I go by is, if you look good, you feel good.
All right, and that was Joy. Joy is spelled J-O-I. You can find her either by looking her up by Joy or by Jazzy J's Jewelry Chest. All right, look for her And also look for her live shows and get in on that. So tonight I want to give away that beautiful necklace that she was holding up to one of my supporters who shares. I mean, she's anything I post, she's always sharing it. So let me see if she's still on the line. Pastor Marvin, you say you don't need lashes done, but you're not even in Atlanta. You got to be in Atlanta to take one. So if Ariel Lloyd Davis is still on the line, if Ariel Lloyd Davis is still on, she is our winner for the necklace set. So I'm watching both lines to see. I know I saw you on this one. I don't know which line you are on now because I think I saw you on both of them. But if you are still watching, Ariel Lloyd Davis, you are the winner of the necklace set. All right. So I need you to inbox me, text me your mailing address so I can get that out to you. All right. All right, so we thank you, sponsors, thank you, Amazing Lash, thank you, Vanya Williams, and thank you, Joy, all right? All right, so our next guest, let me introduce our next guest so he'll have time to I'm just going to let him go like I did with Big Country and just let him have it. And if I have a question, I'll interject as we go along, okay? All right, so our next guest is Pastor Marvin. He is former military. He's a senior pastor of Second Baptist Church of Steubenville in Ohio. I hope I said that right. He is an author. He's a licensed counselor. He is the founder of GPA, and GPA stands for Gentlemen's Prep Academy. It's a mentoring program for at-risk boys. All right? And the rest, I'm just going to let him tell his story. So let me find him so I can bring him in. Where did he go? Let's see. Give me a second. Do I have to click on your name? No. Let's see what I'm doing. Hold on. Let's see. How do I get you in here? Oh, there you are. All right. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with us, Pastor Marvin Banner. Again, he is a senior pastor of Second Baptist Church of Steubenville in Ohio. It's adding you now. You should be able to see it adding you. He's an author. Hey, there he is. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta raise your camera up so we can see your face.
I don't want to raise my camera up.
He comes on being difficult.
I know it. I can't help it. I'm trying to stay a little bit, but almost got it.
That's good. Now we can see you. All right, everybody, say good evening. Everybody say good evening. And if you're on the other line, we are now talking with Pastor Marvin Danner, for those of you that will watch this on YouTube as well. How you say your last name?
No, it's Barner, B-A-R-N-E-R.
It's not two N's?
B-A-R-N-E-R.
Oh, Barner. Oh. Not Banner. Not like David Banner, like the Incredible Hulk.
But I can't go Hulk. Now y'all see, we've known each other for years. Yes, that's Banner. So as soon as I get to Atlanta.
Sorry, Charlie. And I wrote it Banner too. I wrote it B-A-N-N-E-R. I've always had your name as B-A-N-N-E-R. Oh. Well, even I'm looking at it right there, and from back here, it looks like B-A-N-N-E-R from back here. Who knew? So, let's just get right into this, because you had you had a lot to say, and let's start from where you were born, where you were raised, and all of that good stuff.
Well, I'm like the previous guest, Big Country. I was born and raised in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Actually, I was born in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, on the military base.
Okay.
Parents, of course, when I was young, and a lot of the things that your previous guest, Big Country, was talking about oftentimes, I could really relate, because that adolescent stage for many, not just African American men, African American women, and so forth. A lot of us have trauma from childhood that some people are actually able to get over, and some people can't get over.
Yeah. Some go a whole lifetime and never get over their childhood. Good evening, Cassandra. Thank you for joining us. You are just coming in. We have Pastor Marvin Barner on the other line, and he is our second guest for tonight, so I hope you guys can hear him clearly if you are on the other line. If you can hear when he talks, just say you can hear him, all right? I won't let him talk, and you guys on the other line, let me know you can hear him, okay? All right? All right, Pastor, I'm sorry. But, so you were saying that a lot of times, people can get over childhood trauma, and then sometimes, people can go their whole life and just never get over it. And I guess that's when we start seeing 40 and 50-year-old people still got that, that you said something to that effect last night, with that childlike mind,
All right. Well, from an adult aspect, we have many grown-ups that are walking around. They have grown bodies, but they have child mentality.
Right.
They endure stress. They endure life-changing events that they were really never able to recover from. And then, of course, when they meet up with people, they're wanting certain people to be the absence that they have needed for so long. So it's like, when I meet you, I want you to complete me. And it's like, no, you've gone through all of this stress as a child.
Yeah.
If you don't heal as a child, you're not going to be good at being a functional adult. You'll be good at hiding it. You'll be good at, putting diversions in front of people. But as far as being a functioning adult, it's always going to revert back to your childhood, 9 times out of 10.
That's a lot of pressure to put on somebody to come in and kind of be your everything, or be whatever you didn't get. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't get love, you need somebody to come in and always give you love. If you didn't get validation, that's a lot of work to put on somebody else, a lot of expectations as well.
Exactly. And you have some people that when you meet them, and this is not in all cases, every case has its individuality, but in many cases, you have individuals that meet someone, and the minute that any of their behavior resembles something they've been through before, the adult goes away, and the child comes out, and then you begin to see tantrums. You begin to see all types of different things, because that's their coping mechanism. Because as children, as Big Country said earlier, we're told to sit down.
Mhm.
Shut up. You better not say anything. Hold it in. So then when you see these particular characteristics that you've never been taught how to communicate, you're going to be like a Sprite. You take a Sprite, shake it up, and after so long, the Sprite's going to explode.
Right.
And here you have a big mess. You got to come back saying, I'm sorry. Really, you're not sorry because it's really what you wanted.
Right.
You just wanted somebody to be there, to be the victim,
Right.
versus actually communicating with the person.
Wow. And that's interesting because why do you think in our culture we were taught, like, it was so embedded in us that, you know, you don't talk around grown people or you don't ask questions or, you know, and what happened was it caused us to grow up with so many different complexes to when we did become adults, we didn't even know how to effectively communicate how we felt because we were not allowed to say, well, I don't like squash. You know, we didn't have that luxury. You know, I don't like that. My mom used to, my dad liked a lot of pig stuff, like pig feet, pigtails, what is this thing called, chitterlings? You know, they ate all of that kind of stuff. Well, she would have to make me something different because I wouldn't eat it. And, you know, to my dad, he felt like my mom was spoiling me. And he would say, that girl ain't going to be worth nothing. You just let her have her way. In my mind, I'm thinking, all of that came because I don't want to eat what you're eating. You know, and so we didn't have the luxury of having that voice, you know, growing up, having that opinion, feeling like we had those rights. So as we grew up then, like you were saying, we grow, our physical bodies grew, but our mentalities sometimes stay the same.
Well, here's something that many African American homes, children in those homes, like the country said, I think he said he was 49 or something like that. I'm 48, I'll be 49 this year. Something we heard growing up, everyone's parents and grandparents that were born in the 1940s and the grandparents were born in the 1900s, early 1900s. We heard children are to be seen
and not heard. Mm-hmm.
That was good as it pertains to folklore, old school Southern sayings.
Right.
But that particular phrase has bit a bunch of people in the butt because what you're telling me is that if the adults are talking, you see me, but you don't want me to say anything. I get that part of it because I should be in an adult conversation. But in the children's defense, you shouldn't be having those types of conversations where the child can't listen anyway. Because there's certain things you don't talk about. So when you tell a child, I need you to be seen and not heard, what that thing is that I see your face, but I don't need your lips to move. So I see you, and even though my boyfriend is touching you, I see you, but don't say that.
All right, Pastor Marvin, now you're going, all right, here we go.
I'm about to get into it.
Here we go.
I see your face, but yet, and this is for a single mom. A single mom has a dude that she just brings in out of nowhere. He's touching her daughter, and then you're telling your child, I need you to be seen and not heard. And when you come tell me something, I'm really not going to believe you because for many, they're so desperate to keep a man that they will ignore what the girl says. Mom, he's touching me. Every night when you go to bed, Mama, he comes to my bedroom, he touches me, he rapes me. Girl, shut up. I don't want to hear all of this. And not heard. So we have young boys going through the same thing now, especially in this dispensation of time. We have a lot of young boys who are told the same thing, especially down south. Seen and not heard. Hey, Mama, when I went to church, the preacher tried to touch me. Boy, shut up. Reverend such and such is good people. He would never. Now, we've seen all the preachers. And in case we got preachers that are watching this broadcast, the replay, and you save the video, preachers don't touch kids. We don't touch kids. We don't touch kids. I've seen more cases of preachers, priests, and clergy touching children. And then as a parent, we set the expectation of, when I say seen and not heard, I simply mean if I'm drinking, smoking, kicking it, gossiping, or doing whatever, I see you, but I don't need you coming to talk to me.
Right.
Because what you're going through is not important as what I'm dealing with right now.
Right.
So the little girl says, well, my mama told me to be seen and not heard, so if I go tell her, she's not going to believe me anyway. So I'm just going to keep letting him do whatever. Think about, and let's go into the Catholic Church. You have all the priests that are touching little boys. I'm not saying that seen and not heard is just an African American slang phrase. That's also and they develop different characteristics that they have to use to cope in order to deal with it. There's a young lady from years ago that I spoke with in her adolescent years. She walked around and refused to wash up. She refused to use deodorant. She refused to use anything because she thought that if she came in the house nasty and funky, that her stepfather was not going to put hands on her. And guess what? It didn't work. Many children have different coping mechanisms, and if they never grow out of that mechanism, when they become adults, a full functioning adult approaches them, and then all of a sudden it becomes, oh my God. And then you hear things like, well, if you don't like me for how I am, leave.
Right.
And then for many people, they leave because they see that there's an imbalance there. And a lot of times, like you said, we just go and treat.
So what you're saying is that an adult that does not know how to communicate was a child that was never taught how to communicate. So they just grow up in that same vein of either not knowing how to communicate, not knowing what to say, or knowing, and a lot of people, when they are communicating, they'll react, you know what I'm saying? Instead of responding to what's being said, they react. And I've seen it a lot. In African American men. And I think the thing is, this is what I pray that comes out of all of this, is that men just begin to feel more comfortable talking, because like you said, you gave a scenario last night. Tell us about how you remember the scenario you gave me, like if boy's outside, he's riding the bike, he fall down, what the mom says versus what the dad would say.
There are many, and I think this is kind of tagging on what Big Country said earlier. There are many boys, especially, that have anger issues. They have stress issues. They have depression issues because they never were properly treated in their childhood. And what I mean by treated is they weren't properly treated correctly by their parents. If you take the average man that does not want to open up or he has anger issues, it's always root cause. If you take a young boy that's 3 years old and he falls down and he skins his knee, his mother says, oh God, what happened to the baby? Because most moms are natural nurturers. The dad, if he's around, and it's sad that you have to say that now in 2019, but if the dad is around, most times, not all cases, but many that I've evaluated, the first thing you hear, oh boy, shut up all of that crying. You ain't crying, you a gangster. Ain't nobody no damn gangster.
Right, especially at that young of an age. Right.
At 3, he's 3.
Right.
At 3 years old, he falls and he skins his knee. His mama says, oh, poor baby, let me get some alcohol on it. And, she blows it, makes it better. That's what moms do.
Right.
Dad is on the other end. I ain't raising no punks. I ain't raising no wimps, forgetting
Right.
that his little boy cried when he was 3 and he fell.
Right.
And Daddy probably said the exact same thing. So now the boy's 5. He's 5 years old. He's walking in the house. He falls down 3 flights of steps. He breaks his finger. When he breaks his finger, Mama says, oh my God, baby, let me help you with your finger. Daddy says, oh boy, don't quit all that crying. Ain't nothing wrong with you. I broke a bunch of stuff when I was little. The sensitivity with men seems to be gone.
Right.
Because we have had a lot of things that were forced on us as children. So watch this. The boy now turns 7 years old. And he turns 7 years old. He's playing football. He breaks his arm in 2 places. Mama runs on the field and says, oh my God, my baby, he broke his arm. Everybody sees him when he breaks his arm. Daddy rushes on the field. Oh boy, get up. I played football. I broke a lot of stuff. If you notice here, there's a pattern. The mama's a nurturer, and this is not in all cases. And the dad is like, oh boy, get up, quit being a punk. He turns 12 years old. And there's a girl in school that he likes. He writes a note, the old school note. He likes these checks.
Yes or no? Yeah.
So, I went through this myself. The girl says no. Gives him the note back. He comes back home. He's like, Mom, this is a girl I really like. If she really doesn't like you, baby, that's okay. You're a nice looking young man, and you're going to have a better looking girlfriend one day, Daddy. Oh, don't worry about her. She ain't nobody. You have a whole bunch of women. There's also a license to the boy that he can have not one woman, but a whole bunch of women. That's a license for some part. So he is 15 years old, and now he's got a real actual
Right.
That's one thing that messes us up. So,
right.
now he is 25 years old. Time spent, he's 25 years old. He thinks it's the woman of his dreams. The woman of his dreams, and he get into a heated argument. He's no longer in the house with his mom. He is no longer in the house with his dad. And this innocent woman, who's an innocent bystander, now has to deal with the anger and wrath of a man who's been holding on to pain for 25 years. I'm shaking up a can of Sprite. Boy, shut up, don't cry. Or shut up, don't cry. Or be quiet, it's more women. Don't do this, don't do. So finally, that 25-year-old woman gets under his skin and shakes him up so, and he blows up. Once he blows up, then because he's not properly been treated, you're dealing not only with verbal assault, but in some cases you're dealing with domestic violence. You're dealing with a whole bunch of stuff because you're dealing with a boy that never dealt with his emotions. And can I tell every father that's watching this video, crying is not a sign of weakness. Crying is a sign of weakness in what you're calling our Savior week because Jesus cried. Right. Are you getting what I'm saying? So because Jesus cried, that means that if you're God-given, if God has given you tears, you should be able to express. And I tell people all the time, it's nothing wrong with crying. I had a gentleman tell me about 10 years ago, well, you're telling men it's okay to cry, and that makes you look weak. I said, let me explain something to you. If I'm hurt, I'm going to cry. But if you meet me in the alley and it's me and you one-on-one, I can show you the reverse side of the tears.
Right.
So crying has nothing to do with weakness. Crying is an emotion that is given to you by God. So when you look at Psalm 30 and 5, he says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. That's applicable to everybody. And because weeping may, meaning I have the option to cry, no matter if I cry or not, I'm going to have joy in the morning when I learn how to deal with my feelings. So as you said, there's a lot of men who really have suppressed their feelings because of the whole gangster code. You're a man, you're not supposed to cry. Stupid. Yeah. You're a man, you're not supposed to show emotions. Stupid. You're a man, you're not supposed to show emotions. Yeah, right. I hear what you're saying. And I want to tag on something before you interject what Big Country said. If you go back to the transatlantic slave movement and look at why many men never showed emotions, historically it has been shown that many of our mandingos, many of our male slaves, when they were getting beat in the field in front of everybody, they never broke down and cried. They took it. So now you got men that they experience pain, they experience hurt, they experience depression, and because I'm a man, I'm an alpha male, I got to take it. And it's like, I get that you're taking it because you're trying to save face for everybody. But when you get behind closed doors, like Smokey said on Friday, you'll be crying when you get in the car. Because at the end of the day, when you're hurt, you're hurt. That's the reality.
Well, unfortunately, I've never seen Friday, so that's why they took my black card. So that's why they took my black card. I guess once I watch it, they'll give it back to me. So, but do you think that you did the you talked about like being that Sprite, if you shake up a can of soda, it will explode. So do you think that, given the timeline you gave, the same guy, this 3-year-old, 5'7", 12, 15, now he's 25, and now a woman has to deal with a 25-year-old man, probably still with that 7-year-old boy mentality, still waiting on his dad's approval, still waiting on his dad, love and what have you, And I'm not saying his dad didn't love him, but sometimes I think the way men express themselves can come off as, dang, my daddy didn't even care about me. So the least little thing she might say to this 25-year-old man now might sound either like, it can either be comforting because it sounds like mama, or it can be hostile because it sounds like daddy. And here's the thing, like you said, this innocent woman, she don't know which one to pull at because she wasn't there. She does not know that she's not dealing with a whole person. You grown physically, like you said last night, but somewhere in between here and there, the mind stops growing. So you got a grown person, with a child's mentality, and that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work to deal with.
It's a lot of work for men and women, and I want to encourage women that are watching the video, because you hear the Bible says that love covers a multitude of things, and I do realize that love is a powerful thing, but you have a lot of men who watch their fathers normal sisters that are in control of their emotions, they're not going for that foolishness. They're not going for that, well, I'm the man of the house, and you need to have my food cooked. Okay, first of all, you're not the man of the house unless you're married to her. If you ain't married to her, you have to live as a sex partner. That's the reality.
That part.
You have a lot of men put their regression on women because of what they have endured. So you have some men that have never really connected to their emotions because they've been taught by way of the street, by way of television, by way of radio, and now social media. And well, you over there crying, man, you weak. You just a wimp. You just wimp. Like, how am I a wimp? Because something is coming out of my body that God gave me in the first place.
So do you think that? So then, do you think that the fathers, are doing sons and injustice by not teaching them how to deal with their emotions, how to respond instead of reacting? You know what I'm saying? So how do we connect the two?
The thing is, if the father was never in connection with his emotions, then he's not going to be able to convey that information over to his son.
Yes.
So the son is going to have to get himself into the midst of men who have emotional control. And I'm saying this because now my father's been around all my life. I have my father in my life. I have my stepfather in my life. They're both alive. And I watch both of them get mad and throw stuff, but I also watch both of them get mad and cry and show their feelings. I've also seen them cry with tears of joy. Amazingly, we have so many men that aren't in control of their emotions because they're going by the hood code of the same old status quo. You don't show emotions. All you do is come in the house and you come in like that dingle. I'm the man. You do what I say. Think about this. The country said this a little bit earlier, and I want to tag in this. Historically, it's shown that many slaves never really bonded with their children. And I listened to him talk about how parents, never really said, I love you.
Right.
And I had to go through that myself after, in my childhood. Like, you have a lot of parents that say, I love you, but they never say, I love you. They show it by giving you food and a place to stay. But as far as actually physically showing love and come here, give you a hug and affection,
We didn't get that.
never learned how.
We didn't get that.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we didn't get that.
And their parents didn't learn how. Here's one of the root causes why. When you have slaves in a house and you see so many slave women have babies, and then the babies get took by slave masters and traded off, can you imagine the anguish when you have a son and then you have a daughter and you watch both your son and your daughter who you held in kiss, and now you see them get traded off to a plantation? And this is actually historically documented that there are some babies that were born to parents that really never showed them any emotional attachment because why should I get emotionally attached to them and the masters get ready to trade them away? That has trickled down through the years.
Right.
And you have people that really sincerely love their kids, but they figure that, well, I want to say I love you, but it's so hard. And you hear some men are comfortable saying I love you, but for the most part, average men, not all, the average man is not going to say I love you unless he's trying to get the drugs.
And then if you tell them, and then if you say I love you, it's like they don't believe it. First off, they be like, "Why you saying that?" Like, what you mean? So,
because they haven't properly dealt with their emotions.
So here's what Lakeisha said. Lakeisha said, another point is some women grew up without a father, without their father around, and they don't know what love is, and will take more than they should from the lack of seeing real love. So what do you think about that? When women get involved with a man that don't know how to love and don't know how to show any emotions outside of anger, because anger is just an emotion. Love is an emotion, and the only emotion, not all, but a lot of men, particularly African American men, know how to show is anger. And why do you think that is, and how do we change that?
Well, from the anger side is, and I'm a pastor, I love the Lord, counselor, author, but the hood side teaches us that. If you take a young boy, put him around a bunch of good people, 9 times out of 10, he's eventually going to emulate that character. But like she said, you have a lot of men that don't know what to expect. And then when those two incomplete people join and they don't know what to expect, oftentimes they breed that expectation in their children. Their children say, okay, mama had issues here, daddy had issues here. So now you have a confused child that really doesn't know. But like she said, when you have a young girl that doesn't have a daddy in her life, most of the time you can tell who had a daddy in their life and who didn't. And I'm not saying that
right.
as all women, you know, but there are many women you can tell the influence. Like I have two daughters. My daughters know that if I'm upset, I'm going to show them I'm upset. I'm not going to come in the house and start throwing sofas and stuff like that.
Right.
They're going to know when I'm happy. They're going to know when I'm sad. They're going to know when boys are playing games. Like right now, my oldest is 13. My youngest is 11. My son's 26. He's gone, praise the Lord. But my oldest girl's 13 years old. She's like, well, Daddy, there's this boy. And I'm thinking, as a dad who loves his daughter, I'm going to give her all of the tools and the training to know when a man is trying to come and run games. He what? Well, he said he really likes me. I said, okay, what did he say? Well, he said that he wanted to talk to me. I said, let me guess. He wants to meet you somewhere away from the school. How did you know? He wants to meet you somewhere inside the school where he knows. How did you know? Because I'm a dad and I know this stuff. So when you have real dads that pour into their daughters, when their daughters get older, they're going to be like, wait a minute. My dad said that he was going to try to get me drunk and sleep with me.
Right.
My dad said that he was going to say something stupid like, well, if you love me, you'll do it. My
Right.
daddy taught me all this stuff. But if you grew up in the house without a dad, and then you're taking the advice from the mom, and this, I salute any single mom that has ever raised boys, girls, however, nieces, nephews. I salute all single moms. Listen, let me tell y'all something about fathers. When you hear Father's Day a couple weeks ago, and I heard people say, well, Pastor, it's Father's Day, but I'm the mom and the dad. No, you're mom. But you happen to be functioning as the dad. But there's so much more than saying I'm the mom and the dad and give me a flower. That's good. But there's some stuff that mama can give the son that daddy can't give. There's some stuff that daddy can give the son that mama can't give. That's why both parents are important. But we have developed a culture to say, well, if I ain't got, you know, I don't have two parents, and that's just how much easier would it be if both parents participate? You can drive a car with your foot, and but how much easier is it to put your foot on the ground and do it with your hands? So you have a lot of young women who never received their father's love, who should have received their father's love, and as a result of the lack of fatherly love, they ran into some of the trashiest garbage men, no boys, that they've ever ran into. And because they never were shown real unconditional love, they don't know what to expect, and they'll take anything. Well, he gets me sometime, but he's a good person. What the hell?
Right, right.
Well,
How?
Well, you know, he had 6 or 7 babies on me, but every time I asked him, he right there. What? And that expectation is just lower.
Right.
You have so many sisters now that's like, man, I quit. I don't even care. Is it getting dark now? Okay, it's getting dark. Y'all both, you did this.
And so, we talked about. Thank you, Lakeisha. That was a good point you brought out. Thank you so much.
Good point. Oh yeah, big time, big time.
So let's talk about this. You mentioned. I thought this was. Remember, you were talking last night, and you were dropping so many good nuggets, and I was writing down some of the highlights that I really wanted you to hit on again for the people. You talked about the time bomb theory.
Right.
Talk about that.
When you're, and it kind of goes back to the young man. After you have dealt with so much stuff, after you have suppressed your feelings, after you suppress your anger, after you have suppressed your hurt, and people have just told you that you're a man, you're this, you're that, eventually that time bomb is going to manifest. How is that time bomb going to manifest? Okay, you take a young man who hasn't been with a lot of women. That one woman dogs him out, cheats on him. He holds it in. Another woman he messes with, gets him for his money. He holds it in. Another woman, he holds it in until that one day when the right person comes along and pushes his buttons. And men who do not know how to express their feelings, men who do not know how to communicate, we manifest by cussing people out, shooting at people. And you hear this stuff all the time. And sadly, men who do not know how to communicate, the first thing you're going to hear out of this man, F you. Wait, I need you to communicate with me. Talk to me. Well, no, F you. No. F you is that's a nice cuss word. It makes you look big and strong. Maybe I try to be like mama, because daddy's that bad, you know. So after a while, what happens is that your mom says, look at you, you did it, you just like your daddy. And the boy says, okay. And then you hear, well, your daddy did that. Like, and then you hear, well, your daddy should have done this, and he let, okay, mama, how long daddy been gone?
Yeah.
That's the question that many men will ask mama. And I've watched this, I've experienced this. I asked the question years ago, and my mom will let me share this. Years ago, my mom has been married 34 years to my stepfather. And when they had been married for about 10 years, I came home from the military. And she's like, well, you need to da-da-da, you need to do this. I'm like, mama, I got this. See, just like your daddy this, your daddy that. I said, mama, what makes you think your new man wants to hear about what your old man did? You ain't over him yet. That's a major argument we have.
You said that?
Oh, yes, but see, back then, it was, I mean, after you hear you're just like your daddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get pissed off because my dad's a good dude. My dad's like straight 100 OG. I love it.
Right.
And it's like all those years I lost time because her and other people in my family were like, your daddy this and your daddy that. And I'm thinking, well, y'all talking bad about him, but he's right here.
Right.
I ain't never have a Christmas without him. I ain't never have a holiday without him. So y'all saying one thing, but I see something else.
And that had to be confusing coming up.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where the time bomb really came from with me, because after I heard, you know, your daddy this, your daddy that, then I'm hearing my uncle, your daddy this, I'm thinking, everybody's talking about my dad. But every time I'm with my dad is not talking about none of that. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, he ain't said nothing. He's never said anything negative about my mother in my 48 years of living. My dad has never said anything negative about my mom. But I had other family members that were like, your daddy this and your daddy that. After a while, I don't care who it is, it can be your mom, it can be your dad or whoever, a boy, a young man, an adult man is going to snap. Because when you hear that, and that kind of goes back to what you and Big Country were talking about at the end of the previous interview, when you hear, you know, well, you need to be a man about it, and you need to do this, and you need to do that, you know what men do? We do just like this internally. I hear what she's saying, but it sounds like wah. Because if I got my mom telling me that I'm not a man because of my dad, and my mom and my aunt are telling me that I'm sorry because of my dad, when I get into my house, I don't need to hear I'm sorry too. Because if that's the case, guess what? I'm out.
Yeah.
And if I don't leave, I'm going to sit there and I'm just going to shut up. I mean, why would you talk to me? Because every time I talk to you, you got something to say about what I did wrong, what I should have done, what I didn't do. And this is going to be funny. It's funny, but it's not funny. But it's what all men, no, not all men, it's what some men want to say. If you ever saw the Kings of Comedy, if you didn't see the Kings of Comedy, we just going to pull your black card completely all the way out.
They already took it. Won't give it back.
Bernie Mac, God rest his soul. Bernie Mac says that in some, and this is not me stereotyping, this is funny, but I'm going to help you with this. He says that his wife is like, every time he turns around, she's giving a command. Sit up, sit down, driving too fast, driving too slow, do this, do that, get up on me, back up off me, try to do this, do that. He's like, shut up. I can't say what he really said.
Right.
At the end of the day, you have many men who are not in control of their emotions because maybe she's that way because she watched her mom do it to her dad. And because daddy was quiet and didn't say much, daddy would go in the other room and look at it as just whatever. This is a new day and age. So if you don't communicate and tell people when you're mad, you're going to hold it in. You don't tell people when you're sad, you're going to hold it in. That breeds PTSD. That breeds depression. And if you don't learn how to release, I'm going to give you a personal testimony.
Okay.
1987, all of my grandparents died in December of 87 and January of 88, except one. My name is Marvin E. Barner Jr. My last name is Barner. It's an adopted name because my dad was adopted. My father's adopted parents died in December, days apart. My father's biological parents died in December, days apart. Wow. And in January of 1988 is when my mother's father died. I lost literally all my grandparents except one. My grandmother is 97 years old. She's still living. But when I lost all my grandparents minus one, everybody who was around me, kids, school teachers, parents, friends, family members, oh, Marvin, it's okay. What? I just lost all my grandparents.
Right.
Like literally, I lost every grandparent I have, and you telling me stupid
Yeah.
I need heaven to heal that sorrow right now. Well,
right.
you know, prayer changes things. I want you to pray with me instead of telling me stupid stuff
right.
about, well, don't cry. Why the hell not?
Right.
All my grandparents, are your grandparents here?
Right.
Well, my grandparents died years ago. Okay, how did they die? Well, I lost one when I was 12, and I lost one when I was 32. I lost all mine in 60 days.
Wow.
So you're telling me how to cope with that?
Right.
So in that moment, I was a young minister. I knew I was called to preach. When that happened, I had to suppress because I was listening to a bunch of people that did not have training in feelings and heart matters. So I had to say, you know what? My grandpa's gone. My grandma's gone. My other grandpa's gone. My other grandma's gone. And my grandpa was my favorite. My mom said that was my dog. He's gone. So when he died, all I had in my head was the previous four that passed away. That night before that, I went to the best station to go to basic training in the military. And when I went, that night when I came back home, I said, Mama, let me talk to Grandpa. My mom was like, no, you'll talk to Daddy tomorrow. Something hit me in my head that he wasn't going to be here. And this is January 17th, 1988. I remember it just like I remember what I had for lunch. When he literally had fell down, my grandmother called my mother, and my mother said, what's wrong? And I could hear my grandma saying, Alonzo just passed out. I think he's dead. Snow all on the ground. I took off probably a good mile maybe. I'm barefoot in pajamas running to the house. And when I walk inside the house, my grandfather is there literally slumped over dead. So when I'm seeing all of that, and then previously in December, all of my other grandparents had died, I had family members saying stupid stuff like, well, your daddy was adopted, so they really weren't your grandparents.
What?
But that's the type of stuff I was hearing. So what happened was I suppressed. And I said, you know what, I'm not going to show emotion. I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to get upset. They tell me it's going to be okay, and I can tell them myself it's going to be okay. The pain of losing them still hurts, and I'm 48 now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I suppressed it and suppressed it till probably about the first year I came back from overseas.
Wow.
Someone had asked the question. They said, well, you know, how long are you going to be here? I'm only going to be here for like about a week or so, and then I'm getting on a plane. I'm going back overseas. Well, you know what? You made a good young man out of yourself. I'm proud of you. You know what? Because your grandparents died. We would have known that when your grandparents died, I'm still hurting from that. So why are you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I had a choice. I could get to that point to where I started to cuss everybody out, which that day I did. I think I did cuss everybody out, but I had a choice. I can exhibit anger and be that man that doesn't know how to control his feelings. So when I hear people say something to me, you know what, F you, because we've been taught to cope that if I cuss at you, that makes me look big and bad. But the problem is still there. And because I cussed at you, went outside and smoked a cigarette and drank some Henny, the problem is still right there.
Yeah.
So if I don't deal with the problem, there's going to be a major issue. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So after I came back from the military, I went to all the grave sites within a 3-month period. And I was apologizing to them. I'm like, I don't know what happened to cause this. And I'm talking to them. And that particular time, not realizing that was therapeutic for me.
Yeah.
Because they're in the grave physically, but spiritually they're not there. They don't hear a word I'm saying.
Right.
But it was therapeutic for me. And that's how I found my healing. Most men who have had traumatic experiences, they never found healing. Why do you think these boys are walking around town with guns, screwing everything, doing everything, shooting, dealing rock? Because if daddy's not there, they got to find a way to cope with their hurt. So when I look in the house and I see mama cooking greens and chicken, and she only has 3 pieces of chicken, and I got 2 or 3 brothers and sisters, and I think mama might not eat, you know what? If I see my mama struggling like that, I ain't trying to go out and work at McDonald's for no minimum wage. I'm going to stand on the corner and sell rock, and anybody that tries to interfere with me selling rock or doing anything are going to catch the repercussion of my anger. Why? Because my daddy ain't there. My mom is struggling. The society that I live in is not favorable with African American people, so I'm going to walk around and rage all the time, pissed off, and I want somebody to say something to me. That's the mentality of many of these young boys. That's how they walk around.
So they want a reason to pop off.
And you encounter them at Walmart. That's it. They have a reason, and they don't care. Because watch, let me be a preacher for a minute. Where the flesh leads you to, your flesh leads you at. Where your flesh leads you to, your flesh leads you at. What do I mean? It's easy to take 16 rounds and put it into a clip, put it into a 9 But when you get in front of the judge, most of that, when you get in front of
that,
the judge,
that's gone.
People, I sentenced you to life, all you see is,
Yep, break down crying. Yep.
Because where the flesh leads you to, the flesh leads you at. That's the reality of all of it.
Yeah. Lakeisha said, she said, that is why I try my best to protect my kids from people saying things to them about my daughter, which was their sister passing away. I let them cry and express themselves. She says, I'm trying to figure out how to address it within all of us so it doesn't harden them. Well, Lakeisha, I talk about, you know, how old are your kids?
I'm trying to move to a lit area because it's getting dark.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you're fine.
Lakeisha, how old are your kids? Because I asked that. My daughter died suddenly last year, and it was very hard for us, very hard for her sister and brother. We're a small family. She says they're 12 and 8. So my children are all adults, but my daughter has, well, she's 16 now. When she died, she had a 15-year-old, which I now am raising. And my other daughter has a 9-year-old, you know, but she was 8 when my daughter died. And so it was very difficult, Lakeisha, for us to deal with. And like Pastor Marvin was saying, I remember all of us being gathered. Yes, I remember all of us being gathered around her bed while she was dying. And the nurse came in, and when they pronounced her dead, she went to turn off the machine, and my son, he jumped up. He was like, don't you touch that plug, you know, and I was like, Michael, you know, like I had to really get a hold of him because in his anger, his frustration, him not understanding, you know, because we just talked to you, you know what I'm saying? Like she literally died within a 12-hour span of time, so he had so much anger, you know, and then like right after that, he wanted to go find somebody to hurt, you know, oh, who did this to my sister? Because we still, to this day, we still don't really know how, like, for real, she died, you know. So we still, it's still kind of open for us, you know. And so when you have kids and they're that young, Lakeisha, you have to, I got my granddaughter into therapy. You know, she sees a therapist. And I'm very protective of her. Absolutely. You have to be protective. You have to be protective of them because people will come and say all kind of stuff, you know, oh, they in a better place, you know. And my grandbaby was like, no, the better place is for her to be here with us. You know, she didn't understand the churchy stuff people say. Like you said, God don't make no mistakes. But see, in a child's mind, that is a mistake. You can't get that churchy with children because then you're going to put an anger in them when you start saying, well, God knew what he was doing, so what you're going to inevitably do is make that child angry with God because now they're thinking, so God took my mama? You know what I'm saying? So this is what they're thinking now. So we have to be careful. Yes, sweetheart, she said she's looking into therapy for the children and for all of them. I still go to therapy. I make no secret about it. You know, I share. That's how this particular show was birthed because I had been diagnosed with clinical depression behind all of that. And this is why I'm here. This is why we're here, Lakeisha. We want to reach people that have your story. We want to let you know you're not suffering alone. You're not the only one going through that. There are people here that can help you.
She can hear me now?
Yes, she's on. She can hear you.
Okay. And I know we're all subject, but we're on subject.
Yeah.
Lakeisha, for your children, allow them to grieve in the best way that they can.
Yeah.
A lot of times we try to tell children how to grieve, and then we tell them to act based on what we would do in this situation as adults, not realizing that one time or another we would.
That's a good point.
You have to think, you have to have the mind of a child. So if your child is struggling to the point where she's consistently crying, he's mad, let them express, because if you do not let them express, they will become the time
look, and all of the pastors say, amen. Right. Mm.
Put on my big giant yellow hat, my big giant yellow suit, and y'all not gonna know that my daughter has been in rehab. You're not gonna know that I used to lay on my back to get my bills paid. I want you to think in church that I'm perfect, so that when a crackhead, a prostitute, a no dealer come in church, we want to make them feel terrible because, well, you know, we've been walking with the Lord for 50 years. There was a time when you were holy now, but there was a time when you were worldly back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
We never want to be transparent and tell people and kids that we've gone through some stuff in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
So get your children around some people that, watch this key word, are going to make them laugh. How old are they again? She said 12. What did she say?
12 and 2. Are they both girls, or girl and boy, or what? Lakeisha, what are the sexes of your children? She says she agreed because she don't even know how to deal with it herself as an adult. And that's true, because my grandbaby told me there are days she'll come and say, Nana, are you okay? You know, she feels like she's handling it better than I do. You know, so the son is 12, Pastor Marvin, and the daughter is 8. So she has a son that's 12, and the daughter is 8.
Both of them are sensitive right now for what they're going through. And I'm not trying to put them on levels. The daughter, of course, is going to be more maintainable if you're a single parent, because you can relate more to what the daughter's going through because you share those feelings. For the 12-year-old boy, you got to make him laugh as quickly as possible. He's 12. There are kids carrying guns and sticks.
Yeah.
So when you get what I'm saying? So
oh, yeah.
The key is make your children laugh as much as they possibly can. Here's the thing with your son. Is he into music and sports?
My son or hers?
No, her, Lakeisha.
Lakeisha, is your son into music or sports or anything? Any extracurricular activities that your son is involved in? Is his father in his life? You know, things like that. That's what we want to know.
Right, because one thing that helps men cope, to help us to be able to talk about things later, is you have to find a common interest. I know that's probably one of your questions. I want to fast forward to that question.
She said he sings.
A man to open up.
She said he sings, but he's very shy. He's in the community choir.
Okay. And all he has to do is sing one good time in front of like 3 girls, and he can be shy before that. I've been that age. I know that. So here's the thing. With your son, he sings in the community choir. Get him focused on something besides the pain. If you immediately try to make a man or young boy or teen boy talk about pain, we're not going to do it, because we're trying to figure out a way to express it. If we have a friend that got killed, if we have a family member that died, if we lose our job, if something crazy, immediately when somebody asks us, hey, what's going on? Such and such happened. What do you mean it happened? How did that give us time to process?
Yeah.
Women can process stuff easy and they can express almost immediately. But with men, you got to give us time to process. I'm pissed off and I want to cuss people out, but I can't cuss everybody out because you're in my corner. So give me a moment to stand up, turn around, and walk away.
Right.
The worst thing you can ever do is to follow me out the door talking about just be a man about it. If you were a real man, you talk. No, what you need to do is let me get out the door before I start turning cars over.
Right.
That's
just like that, for real.
Lakeisha, for your son and your daughter, get them in common interests. Get them in common interests is going to help take their mind off of it. Now, here's the thing. With your daughter, as she gets older, have her write letters to herself. These are therapeutic letters.
You don't think the son should have a diary as well, a journal as well?
That's what I'm about to get to. With the son should have a diary, but here's the difference. Here's the difference in us and the little girls. And I'm saying this because with men, we are a little bit different in the communication side because we live in a culture that minimizes writing and makes us think that we're weak or we're nerds or whatever. I'm proud of her, but have him if he has a cell phone, if he has an iPhone, or if he has an Android, there's a notepad that's there. Have him get them thumbs working because most boys, that's what we're gonna do anyway. I'm saying this because on the video game, we're doing this.
Right.
On the basketball court, we're doing this. On the football field, we're doing this. On the baseball field, so it's always with our hands. So put something in his hand, like a cell phone, that's going to allow him to talk to himself. Like, you know what's up, and you know what, today, I'm not going to cuss nobody out. Today, I'm going to try to stay chill. And now, and I'm 48, there's people that I want to cuss out and punch in the face so badly, but I can't do it because pastor or to the council. I can't do it. I want to, I can't. So I gotta watch, talk to myself. Here's the thing. David encouraged himself.
Yeah.
David says, I could really be killing Saul, but I ain't gonna do it. Why would my friend, my mentor, try to kill me? You know what? I'm encouraging myself on the backside of the field. David encouraged himself. So with a young man, it's the same thing. The diary is always in order, but you're not gonna get a young man to get a book with flowers and stuff on it and start to write about his feelings.
Really?
On a cell phone. I'm serious. I'm trying to help the young man because he said he's in the community choir.
Yeah.
He likes to sing music calms the savage beast.
Yeah. She said her daughter is Soraya. Am I saying that right? She just joined the church. Her son really doesn't express himself, but he tries to make sure she's okay. And she's saying, as a mother, she doesn't want her son to carry that burden of being, being quote unquote the man of the house to make sure she's okay.
Let him carry the burden because how he treats his sister is gonna be how he treats his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Let him listen. When you tell a 12-year-old that he's the man of the house, that puts us in that sense of, you know what, I'm feeling my manhood right now.
Right.
And versus me going out acting like that 12-year-old kid, I'm gonna come in the house, I'm gonna make sure my mom is straight, and then I'm gonna make sure my little sister is straight. If you instill that in his heart as he gets older, he gonna make sure his lady is straight. Because after he watches mom cry and go through pain, and he watches his sister cry and go through pain, why would I want to inflict that on a woman that doesn't do that? So it's really like adult in training. At 12 years old, he's no longer my little man. He really is. One more year, according to Jewish custom, he's a grown man. But if he's walking in that, he's mature for his age, allow him to be that. You'd rather him be the man of the house right now versus the little boy that you try to call and find where he is 2 o'clock in the morning. He's at home, take care of home. Let him do that.
That's true.
Let him do it.
So do you think that which do you think teaches the son how to express himself more? Do you believe that the mother teaches the son to express himself differently than what the father would teach him?
Yeah, that goes back to what we said in the beginning of the video. Father teaches some, not all.
Right.
Some fathers teach their sons to express by way of anger, by way of, being mouthy. You see all those guys who walk around all day like, oh, I'm mad. And if you put them in a real fight, they could bust the grape. That's a self-preservation mechanism that dads teach. Moms try to teach sons how to feel and how to express. But if the mom is trying to teach that moment, that block of construction, and the dad is in the other room, why are you talking to that boy up? Most likely he's going to listen to daddy because daddy is a spit image of who he is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mothers have always been able to communicate. Mothers have communicated since the beginning of time. When a mother teaches a son how to communicate, if it's just mom, he's going to take it in, but he's also going to watch other men. And whatever male personality he sees as dominant, that is the most attractive, that's what he's going to follow. That's why we got so many boys in the streets, because all it takes is, I see little Calvin going to McDonald's. He makes minimum wage. He lives with his mom, and he ain't got a lot. I ain't trying to be like him, but I see the is the male's life. That's who he's going to emulate pretty much almost every single time.
Gotcha. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, you ready for our questions?
I guess. I don't know. I have a hair appointment. We need to hurry up.
You're a mess. All right. So, here's question number 1. Well, you just kind of hit on that one. How much influence does the mother or father have over the son's emotional well-being? How important do you think that is, that he actually have that, connection, not just with mama? Like, it goes back to what you were saying. Mama will say, "Oh, get up, baby. Let me kiss your boo-boo. Let me make that better for you." But your dad be like, "Boy, get up from there. You ain't no sissy. Get on up from there. You ain't hurt. Don't be crying out there. Don't embarrass me. All that kind of stuff." So emotionally, then, when because I've seen it, I've seen it firsthand. So emotionally, then, when a man does not have a connection with his mother or his father, he has to go through life figuring it out, and whatever he figures in his mind, that's what he thinks works, even if it doesn't work. But in his mind, this is what I know, so this is what I'm gonna do. So right.
That's the one determining factor that many of us. I saw there was a picture, a meme that was out on Facebook earlier on my page that somebody put out. Don't get mad at people for not being you.
Yeah.
And oftentimes we look at how we would resolve a problem, but then we don't take under consideration that some people don't resolve problems the way that we would resolve problems. So pertaining to young men, as I said again, you have to keep them around a dominant personality that's going to help express the average male personality in the hood. I'll tell you to cuss everybody out and act like you big and bad. So here's what I do at GPA with Gentlemen Prep Academy. When I'm in a room full of boys, I let them be boys from the ages of 6 all the way up to 18. Every now and then I hear one get loud. I don't say anything. I let them express. Then you have a remnant of young men that have been raised to think that if I cuss and act like I'm bad, that makes me somebody. So here's what I do with GPA. When I'm in a room and I hear it, if I'm in a basketball court or somewhere and I hear it, I tell them, I'm like, everybody be quiet, everybody be quiet. I say, go ahead and talk. What you mean talk? I said, well, you just made a scene. Oh, mother, I'll meet your mother. I'm like, okay, now that you got the room.
Right.
And you got everybody looking at you because you're a big bad man on campus, what you gonna say next?
Right.
And it's like, I don't know, so that's when I get in their head.
Mm-hmm.
And if you gotta cuss every 3 words, you don't have the mentality to really speak what's on your mind.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to learn. Is that a fly behind me? Really? But you have to learn how to express yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And for watch this, for some men, it's a process. You're not gonna get this overnight.
Right.
You're not gonna get this at 18. I'm 48 years old, and I've written books. I've been on shows. I've had my own TV show. I've been there, done that, and there are still ways that I'm learning how to express myself because where I want to be the incredible Hulk and smash just to show people you really don't want to screw with me, I gotta say, you know what? Maybe they had a bad day, and that's why they're acting that way. Maybe they had a family member that died. That's why they're acting. Maybe they felt like being suicidal. Maybe they have something going on in their lives that I don't know about. So if I hit them with the then I'm damaging them. The average boy who doesn't have training with his feelings doesn't care who he damages. He just wants to wreak damage on somebody. So that when I walk down the street, they respect me. Being scared of somebody and respecting somebody is totally different.
It's 2 different things, because if anything, if you make a person afraid of you, they don't, that's not respect. It turns into resentment. Trust me. It turns into resentment. Trust me on that one. So the next question is this. why do you think men just won't talk about their feelings? Like, why is that such a, why is that so hard? Like,
There you go. I mean, you could say that you're talking about in the realm of just like relationship in general.
across the board, just across the board. Well, we can talk about in the form of a relationship then, because like I said, I hear women say, well, he won't talk to me, or I tried to talk to him and he won't tell me how he's feeling. And I would say, like, well, when did you ask him that? I asked him as soon as he walked in the door. Oh no, that's why he won't talk to you.
Number one, never be just at the front door. All we want to do is get in the house, get the big piece of chicken, and sit down and watch the game. Statistically, and this is not all men and women, because I know people be coming in my inbox and foolishness. Men are geared to give out and receive, depending on the occupation, 5,000 words a day or less. Men, and this is not all men, but this is the average man, depending on his occupation, he can give out and receive 5,000 words or less. The average woman, depending on occupation, she can give out 25,000 words or less. What do I mean by that?
You mean women are smarter than men? That's what you mean.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Because we're all men. I'm a man, you're a woman. It's like my sister. She says, y'all men are the same. And I'm like, but you're a woman. What does that mean? I said, you're a man too. I'm a man. I said, WOMAN.
Right.
And she pauses. She's like, what do you mean? I said, you're a woman's man. Meaning you can carry life. I'm a man that he's like endless. But anyway, remind me to get you later about that. All right, so here's the thing. Women are more meticulous and more in detail when they communicate. So if I walk in the door and I slam the door, you should automatically know I'm mad.
Right.
So in that moment, if I'm in touch with my feelings, I'm not going to take it out on you because you've done nothing to make me mad. But because I'm here to take 5,000 words or less, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to open up a Pepsi. I'm going to chill for a minute. And you're going to say, baby, what happened? Man, this fool at work just got on my dang nerves. What did he do? Man, he had the nerve to blah, 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 blah. Oh, baby, it's okay. In that moment, we cool.
Yeah, that's what Big Country was saying. Yeah, that's what Big Country was saying.
Here it is. When we ask you, baby, how was your day? Well, let me say, there's this woman at work and we thinking, yeah, she just gets on my dang nerves. All right, tell me about the part when you cuss her out. Yeah, you know, because she always comes to work every day with these little pink shoes and then she has a little stop right there. We don't care if she got on pink. Yeah, we don't care. We don't care unless we want to wear pink. Yeah, we don't care about none of that. I want to know, the woman pissed you off. Did you cuss her out? Did you knock her out? Or did you go snitch on her and HR and have her reported?
Right.
I don't care what she had or what. So when we talk about the words, women are better communicators than men because women give you details.
Right.
Babe, I'm getting ready to go to the mall. This is not all women. This is some. I'm getting ready to go to the mall with the fellas. Why are you going to the mall? How come I'm going to the mall? That comes from some women. They've been hurt in relationships in the past. And when they hear he's going somewhere, the insecurity kicks in and they say he's going somewhere. How do I know he's going with men? How do I know he's not going to be with a woman? That's because she hasn't got control of all her emotions to be secure, and he hasn't given her a reason to be secure.
That's good. Say that part again. Say that one. Don't do that. Don't you run over that like that.
You have some women that when he says I'm going to the mall, in her mind, if she's secure and she trusts him, and he's never lied to her and never given her reason to doubt him, she'll say, all right, babe, see you when you get back. But if he's been out doing a whole bunch of dirt over the past 3-4 years, when he says I'm getting ready to leave, her insecurities arise.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, wait a minute, you going where? With who? Why are you going? All she's thinking about is last time at the girl said that he's going somewhere. He ended up with somebody else. So if he hasn't given her the assurance that he's going with the fellas, told her the exact number of fellas he's going with, FaceTime her while he's in the mall with the fellas, then she's not going to have that security.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So don't make me do that again. All right. So when you deal with active communication,
Yeah.
of everything. So when the man says, I'm going to the mall, you say, because he's maybe secure or insecure, who you going with? What time you going to be back? Okay, da-da-da-da-da. Here it is on the bill sign. I went to the country store here. Hey, me and the girls here to go shopping. Okay. You don't want to know where we're
I
going
think
shopping?
he is.
No. Okay, why? I'm here to go shopping, babe. Okay. You don't want to know where we're going? Where are you going with? I'm going with my sister. All right, see you when you get back. Do you know why that is? Because we know that when you leave the house, for the garbage man that doesn't love you, he's going to try to talk to his other women. For the man who actually loves you, he just wants to get the remote control in his hand. And now he can go, he can lay back and watch the game this season. And he got to hear about pink curtains, yellow house shoes, Manolo books, apple bottom shoes, coach purses. We don't have to hear about none of that because we trust you. So, as communicators, the average woman is a dynamic communicator because she lets you know where she going, who she with. And then here's the killer. They'll call you, babe, I'm on my way home. The average man, okay, I know you're on your way home. Just get home. That translates to me, if there's any emergency, call me. But if it ain't an emergency, don't call me because I'm either going to be asleep. I'm going to be watching the game. I mean, I'm saying that because you have some men that are good communicators because they're sincere. Hey, babe, I'm here to go do this. Babe, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be about 10 minutes late coming home. I'm going to be about an hour late because I'm going to such and such. If he's texting you the whole time, if he's literally letting you know what he's doing and all of that, he's giving you the security that you need. But because so many other women have been cheated on, naturally their mind rewinds to God, they cheated on me, John cheated on me, Mark cheated on me, and all three of them did the same thing. So here's the fourth man I've been with, and that's why it's really important to find closure within yourself. If you just got out of a relationship, it makes absolutely no sense to get into another one within the next year because you've not healed.
True.
Spiritually, you haven't healed. Mentally, you haven't healed.
Right.
And you're fighting the ghost of the person that you just left. So how mental illness arises. You want the new person coming in to jump through hoops and your expectations, and you haven't cleared the previous one out of your body.
Right.
So how do you expect the new man coming in to communicate? He's not 100. And the clown that you just dumped was probably at 70%. Here you are at about 85, 90%, but you've been hurt so many times you don't feel 100%. So now any man that comes to you, you're like, you know what? I don't trust him. I hate saying it, I don't trust him. That's why it's always important to get you some you time. Mental health, write this down for anybody that's listening. Mental health equals you time. Let me be pastor again. Jesus is in the Garden of Gethsemane, and he tells his people, y'all stay right here. I'm going to pray. Jesus, the Son of God, God in the second person says, y'all about to drive me crazy. I'm getting ready to die on Calvary. Let me get by myself so I can hear myself. Elijah, when he was in the cave running from Jezebel, he goes into a cave. He literally sits in that cave and he hears himself. God sends thunder, but God is not in the thunder. He sends lightning, but he's not in the lightning. He sends wind, but he's not in the wind. After all of the hell has passed by, then he hears the still small voice. He only heard that voice because he was by himself. Many people think that I have to have somebody to complete me, and it don't matter who I can get anybody to complete me. And now that I got somebody, I want them to adapt to me. And the minute that they don't do what I want them to do because I was hurt by all the previous one,
Yeah. That's a form of slavery. Yeah. Yeah.
Psychological slavery. Naeem Akbar, he's a professor at Florida State University. He wrote the book, Breaking the Chains of Psychological Slavery. He says that your body can be out of a situation, but your mind still be in the situation.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe that. I totally believe that. Yeah. So, are men aware when something has changed in them emotionally? Same question I asked the country. Or do you guys normally just kind of attribute that to external factors, like things going on around you? Say, for instance, if a person is moody and angry all the time, does a man look within himself to see what's going on? or does he automatically say, well, I'm mad because of this, or that happened, or this happened? It's almost like if you're with an abusive person, everything is the other person's fault all the time. Mm-hmm. And you were with all these different women, but you still didn't solve the problem. Many men overcompensate. Many men undercompensate. Some men overcompensate because they begin to think, well, screw everybody, I'm God's gift to women. Then you have men that undercompensate and they become serial killers and the ones that go out and start shooting everybody because they haven't dealt with their emotions. You know what I'm saying? So when something hits you, for the most part, we know when it hits, but because of, not all, some, because of good life, we think, man, I'm mad, I'm pissed off, I can't believe, man, pass that Patron. First thing we go to is liquor, if we're drinkers. Second thing we go to, if we're not drinkers, we go to weed. Because I need something to take my mind off of the pain that I'm in. So right now, my woman cheated on me, I lost my job, and I ain't got nothing going for me right now. All it takes is one phone call. What you doing, man? Oh, nothing. What's up? Man, what you into tonight? Man, I ain't doing nothing. I lost my job. I don't even feel like dealing with nobody. Man, let's go to the club. What are you going to find in the club? Alcohol to get you drunk, to help you forget about your problems. And some unsuspecting woman that you can release into to make you think, I got it all together. After the alcohol is gone through your system. And after you have spiritually, and I hate to say that, but spiritually breaking a woman. Yeah. And, gotten what you wanted, and now that you no longer want to have anything to do with her, you're thinking that the problem is solved when it's not solved. That's Friday night, so now Saturday night, what you doing tonight? I ain't doing that. Hey, man, let's go to this one club and such and such. And it's a redundant cycle all over it. That's why you see so many old men, and I hate to say this, and old women in the nightclub. How old is too old for the club? You're 70, 65 years old, and the people on the dance floor 30, and you still in the club trying to cope with demons that you didn't exercise when you was younger. Because whatever, and it's gonna be real funny, but it's sad. Whatever dispensation of time was your best time, you have a tendency to get stuck there. That's why you see a club full of 30 and 20-year-olds staying there, kicking it, dropping it like it's hot, and you see this old man in the corner with a white suit on with the white shoes, thinking he still got it. Looking like a pimp.
Exactly, looking like a pimp.
Looking like a pimp.
He got his hand in his pocket because work for him back in the day. Hey, baby girl, what's your sign? That worked in the 60s.
Right.
We in 2019 now.
Right.
And watch, for the young girl who's insecure in herself, she gonna get that sugar daddy.
Yeah, because she already got daddy issues. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cycle that he has, he goes on and goes. When I promised myself years ago I wasn't gonna be that old man in the club with white suit over the pocket with the chains. I can't. Yeah, that's not gonna be cute. I don't want to see it, Mara. I don't want to see it. Personally, I don't want to see it. So, the next question, and we're just about done. Hey, Bernadette, my sister's on the other one. When a woman says, why don't you talk to me? Or when she says, can we talk? Or when she says, may I ask you something? What do men hear? Look at your face. I wish you could see your face. It depends on the man. Right. For a man that is confident in his manhood, and for a man that is confident in his relationship, he's going to be like, what's going on, babe? Now, for the man that's afraid that he might get caught in something, or has been caught in something, or he's been caught in like something like that in previous relationships, when you hear, hey, can I ask you a question? He's like, oh, God. Is she going to say, what do you want for dinner? Or is she going to say, when
Like Big Country said. Big Country said it's a trap.
Because when you're confident in your manhood and she asks you a question, you can be like, huh? I asked you such and such. Oh, that means da 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 da. It ain't no reason that you have nothing to hide. If you've been caught in some stuff over the years and you hear, can we talk for a minute? You think that either she cheating on you or either she found out that I'm, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, I'm really not going to open up because some, not all, some want us to open up when you say, can we talk about something? Oh, sure, honey, let me go ahead and put some tea on so we can have, no, say what you got to say.
Right.
So we can be done, because it's the time that you come to us with that. If the game come on at 8 o'clock, and you come at us at 7:57, come on, let's talk.
Yeah, you funny acting like that. You funny acting.
I'm available, all of us are, women too. Here's what I mean. They have a sale on Coach First. 70% off. The time is 7:30. The Coach store closes at 8 o'clock. And you got 15 minutes to get there. That's how long it takes. Are you going to stay there and talk with your man? Or are you going to go get a $400 purse, $400? You going to go get your
We can talk later.
Exactly.
We can talk later.
Concept with men. The NBA finals just went off. If I know that it's game 7, for example, of the NBA finals, and the game starts at 8 o'clock and at 7:57 you come in and try to talk, I have fried wings, I got all my food in front of me, I'm ready to drink my Pepsi, I'm ready to eat, and now you come with, let's talk about something for a minute. I want to talk to you right now. It's the same thing with that sale on purses, same thing with apple bottoms, same thing with Manolos, no matter what it is. If you really care about the person, eventually you will talk, but there's a time to talk. There's a time. I'm gonna say something vulgar. You're gonna laugh at this, but this is true. In the beginning of a relationship, women, y'all don't have gas.
Of course
In the
not.
beginning of a relationship,
Of course not.
watch where I go with this. You don't pass gas because you're afraid of the perception, so you hold it.
Right.
And you say, I'll do this when I get out of this presence because right now is not the right time for me to do it.
Right.
That's the exact same thing in conversation. There's a time and a place for everything. Fight, conversation. There's a time and a place for everything. I have a rule when I'm eating. If I'm in house eating in my daughter's house, if I'm eating, no dessert. Why? Because that's my quiet time to munch, chew in my mouth, open, really eat, and leave me alone. Same thing in church. If I'm listening to a word, I want to hear nobody talking around. When I'm eating, leave me alone because there's a time and a place. Men who are confident in their relationship can say things like, babe, I hear what you're saying, but can we talk after the game? Better yet, how about this? How about tomorrow night when there ain't no game? I take you out to eat and we talk about it. See how that sounds?
Yeah. That's a better approach than just ignoring, or I don't feel like talking, Oh, let me try to get them back. Ah. Ah. All right, I'm sorry, guys. We're back. We are back. I apologize. I don't know what happened. It kicked us out for some reason. But we're back. You guys come on back in. Waiting for Pastor Marvin to come in. I'll click him back in so we can get finished talking. And those of you that are on the other line, you guys are good. You guys didn't shut down at all, so, you guys are still good. But if you were on this line, unfortunately, it cut off, so you guys come on back in. Come on back in. Let's see, how do I get back there? Come on back in. We got cut off. Come on back in. Come on back in. We're almost done. We're waiting on our guest to come back in. We are waiting on our guest to come back. I apologize if you're on this line. I apologize. We got disconnected. We got kicked out, but we are back, and we're waiting for our guest to come in. We were on with Pastor Marvin, and we're waiting for him to come back. Anyhow, we were in the middle of a conversation, and he was answering the question about, oh, there he is. Let me bring him back in. All right, our guest is coming back, and he is back. Sorry, I don't know what happened. It kicked us out for some reason. Somehow or another, we got kicked out. Can you hear me?
I'm right here. I got cut off.
Yeah, I know what happened. So I apologize for that. So you guys come on back in. I apologize for that as well. So you were answering the question, like when a woman says, "Can we talk?" You know, all of that. What do men hear? And what's the topic for tonight? Oh, the topic for tonight is we're talking about the black man and mental health, and we're also talking about why men don't talk about their feelings, and how do we as women make it safe for men to open up and talk about their feelings. That's the topic for tonight, Bernadette. Okay. So can you guys hear Pastor Malvin talking on the other line? So when he starts talking, let me know. Can you hear him? Pastor Marvin, say something. You know what? Did y'all hear him say something? Such a wise guy. So, but that's the topic for tonight. Okay. All right. So, so you were saying that timing. It's really about timing.
It's all in timing. Everything is communication worthy. If somebody has something to talk to you about, the least you could do is entertain them and really engage in what they're trying to talk about. But as I said, it's all in timing. If you're one, and let's go back to the shopping scenario.
Okay.
If you know that there's a sale going on.
They said yes, they can hear you clearly on the other line. Mm-hmm.
If there's a sale going on Coach Person, and you know that they're selling $500 purses for $75,
mm-hmm.
and your husband says, "Hey, can we talk about something?" You're going to be like, "Babe, I want to talk to you right now, but there's a crazy sale going on right now. Can we talk when I get back?" Most men will be like, "Yeah, it's the same thing. If the game's getting ready to come on, don't hit us at 7:57 asking us the question of, well, can we get a wrap? Can we talk?" And it's like, wait a minute, how is it? Come on, how is it that we're going to talk and have conversations, and then we have a game that's getting ready to come on? So it's about the mutual respect. So if you can't talk right now, create an environment that is going to allow you to talk later. But if you walk away with, "I ain't trying to talk to you right now because I want to hear what you got to say," all you're doing is adding fuel. All you're doing is adding fuel to the fire. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's not a anger thing.
Right.
It's about timing. And here's the thing: regardless of what the conversation is, there has to be the right time. If you know you get ready to
Right.
If you know that it's a matter of the heart and you've taken the time to figure out what you're going to say, then take your time, but don't rush it, because if you rush a conversation that's needed, you're going to say some things you don't mean.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have to come back and apologize. And men who are not secure in their feelings hate apologize.
Say that part again.
Men who are not confident in their feelings hate apologize, because some alpha males think that they're always right. And there are some alpha females that think that they're always right. So if you go into a conversation and you have not leveled out, then you're going to say some things you don't mean. So here's what I mean. Let me be passionate again. The Bible says, don't let the sun go down on your wrath.
Mm-hmm.
In context, what that means, and I'm going to put this from a hood perspective, if you go to bed angry at somebody, and like the old church would say, like your country would probably say, and you wake up dead, that's the next place to be.
Right.
Because the Bible says, don't let the sun go down on your wrath. When you go to bed angry and needing a conversation with someone, not only are you taking a chance of high blood pressure, not only are you taking a chance of having bad dreams, it is called, there are different phrases for it, but it's called demonic sleep paralysis.
Right.
What that is that when you're asleep on the bed and you wake up, you can see, you can hear, but you can't move.
Mm-hmm.
And you try your best to scream and you can't scream.
Oh, yeah.
Chances are you went to bed with something on your mind that was weighing so heavy that now when you sleep and you go into what we call REM sleep, REM, rapid eye movement, when you go into REM sleep, the Holy Spirit is trying to implant vision in you. But at the same time, the demonic are trying to plant things in you as well. So if you're not going to bed in the right spirit, then you take a chance on bringing harm to yourself. So it's always important to slowly think things out.
Right.
It's always important to write things out that may need to be written. It's always important to evaluate what you need to say. Because if you don't evaluate what you need to say, and you come in most arguments like, I hate to be stereotypical, but some people come into arguments like this. Now, what you talking about earlier, right?
Right.
If you come into a discussion like that, you're looking for a fight.
Yeah.
And then stuff like that leads to domestic violence, where a man is putting his hands on his woman, a woman is putting her hands on a man, and it's like if you take the time to relax, unwind, and literally talk things out, most conflict can be avoided if we get out of our heads that I'm the biggest baddest on the planet. Now, somebody that you big and bad until somebody pull out a 9mm and put it in your mouth.
Yeah.
That's a nice suggestion that you've been bad all your life, but the reality of it is, if you take the time to talk to your lady, if you take the time to talk to your man, a lot of that conflict would not even be. But because women know how to communicate better, women will go in a room, shut the door, and do simple things like, okay. I ain't gonna cuss this nigga out. But what he just did, I can take a frying pan and bust him in the head. But I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna try to be a lady because I love the Lord, and I'm just gonna try to be sophisticated in this. But if he say the wrong thing to me, I'm gonna punch him in the face.
Right. Throat punch him. Right.
Relax. Exactly.
That's true. And I guess, too, it goes back to what Big Country was saying when he was talking about the approach, the approach, how you approach, like you said, if you come in and be like, I need to talk to you, like, that right there, I would imagine as a man, I'm just imagining, and then you can chime in, I imagine just if somebody, I'm a woman, and somebody come at me like that, I'm just like this. So I can imagine, if you guys get, kind of bombarded like that, I can imagine the shutdown is like on 10,
Well, a man that has control of his feelings, if she comes at him with that violence, that we need to talk about, we're going to do one of two things. No, one of three things. We're going to try to calm you down, talk to you sensibly. We're going to either put our hands on you because you're running up on us like you're ready to fight, or we're going to walk out of the door. Those are the only three options we have. And when we walk out of the door, you can't chase us saying, well, if you was a real man, the fact that I'm a real man and they choked you, I'm walking out the door. You get what I'm saying? Because when you become confident in your emotions, you're never going to put your hands on a woman in anger. But there
yeah. Yeah.
where he says, leave me alone, and she still comes back. That's
Yeah.
nice until somebody puts up on you.
Then you want to get somebody arrested.
Running up on you.
Yeah. Yeah, then you want somebody to go to jail. Yeah, I get it.
When you're confident in your feelings as a man, she says, let's talk, you're going to be like, all right, if I talk to her right now, I'm cool. But if I'm pissed off, if I talk to her right now, I'm going to cuss her out. I'm going to say something about her mama. I'm going to say something about her shape. I'm going to say something about something. I'm going to say something. So in order to avoid all of that, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to walk out the door. Because my manhood is not defined by my muscles. My manhood is defined by what comes out of my mouth and starts in my brain. And if I cannot talk to you sensibly, then I can't call myself a sensible man. And definitely you can't call yourself a king. It amazes me, all these ones that holler, I'm a king, I'm an African king. African kings don't beat women. African kings are sober. African kings are fluent in conflict resolution. So if you're a king, act like a king.
Right.
Instead of acting like a peasant.
Right. But you know what? Who was that? I guess it's pronounced Cynthia. Said some people, no matter how calm you come at them, they will still get upset anyway. Good evening, Apostle. Hey, Apostle. No, I was speaking to someone.
So here's the thing. If you're trying to handle it calmly, and I'm only speaking from my experience. If you're trying to handle it calmly, and the person is still coming at you with typical African American verbiage, I told your mother, I'll beat your mother. No, you gonna stand here, you gonna talk, and you gonna, okay, here's the deal. And sometimes you have to be meticulous in your delivery. So here's what I do. I'm not an argumentative person. I have my days where I pull guns. I have my days where guns were pulled on me, where I shot at people, people shot at me. If I tell you at almost 6 feet tall, 280 pounds, to walk away from me, I don't care who it is. My mom, my neighbor, my co-workers, if I ask you as a grown man to walk away from me, and I'm trying to, my friends, my wife, to talk to you in this voice right now, where I'm trying to communicate to you that it would be best if you did walk away from me, because if you don't walk away from me, I'm going to have to walk on you and accidentally grab you by the throat and throw you over a bridge somewhere. So, like what she just did.
Sound like you thought about that a little bit.
Raised the same way.
Right.
But here's the thing, because everybody's not raised the same way. If all you saw your mom do was cuss people out and fight, chances are that's your blueprint for life. And that's not everybody, that's the majority. If all you saw was your father run through a bunch of women and do a whole bunch of stuff he wasn't supposed to do, that's your blueprint. So you have to learn how to deprogram from the blueprint, but very few people want to deprogram, because watch, being a certain way is easy, but to actually take the time to think, educate yourself, and take the time to have proper conflict resolution, most people don't know.
They don't want to do
Know how
that.
to do it. And I say this because my first church I pastored, I had a conflict. It was a major conflict because there was a gentleman who had threatened my family and threatened my kids. He called from a dummy phone that he bought at Walmart. And in the business meeting, I'm listening to different people talk about different things, and then I heard his voice. It was the same voice from the phone. My conflict resolution as a man says, go kill it. My phone man is getting low. Some of y'all finished. My conflict resolution as a man says, go kill it. But my conflict resolution as a pastor says, he's a sheep. And I can't go hurt him like I want to hurt him. So instead of hurting him, my resolution was the wood podium that I was talking from. I took the top of the podium completely nailed. That's how bad I was. I unhooked nails and everything and literally yanked it up. I dismissed the meeting because the old me, I would have waited until he got home and just killed everybody. I'm just honest. My testimony for what I used to be 30 years ago. The old me would have been like, I'm done with this. But because I matured in my emotions, I said, you know what? He couldn't help himself, and that's just the way that he is.
That's the way he is.
And one day he's going to run up to the wrong person. A couple of years later, he ran up to the wrong person, and they popped him in their head. So you cannot allow people to take you out of your spiritual comfort zone, because when you act in anger, things will happen to you that you won't have control over. And for many people, especially men, because we have not because I lost my temper and I shot somebody. I lost my temper and I did a drive-by. And I asked young men in jail the question, if you lost your temper, who gave you your temper to lose? That's, did you have control of it? If you lost your temper, that means you did not have control of your temper. How do you know you even have a temper? How do you know you're right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you have over 1 million of us in jail, incarcerated for years for life because they could not control their emotions. She's 5'1", 120 pounds. All she wanted to know was where you going. But because you done messed with so many women that have asked the same question, you think she's trying to threaten you like the other ones did, and all she wanted to know was where you going.
But initially, where did he get that mindset from? Where did he get that initial?
He got that mindset. Many of them got the mindset from getting caught. Once you get confronted about something over and over again that you actually did, you gonna get pissed off. Prime example, I'm at 12% battery. When you have kids and you tell your son, your room is a mess, go clean your room. He goes and cleans his room. 2 days later, go clean your room. He goes and cleans his room. 3 days later, go clean your room. Because he knows he didn't clean his room. So he's going to clean his room in protest. Same thing with some men. I cheated on her and she asked, where am I going? I cheated on her and she asked, where am I going? I cheated on her and she asked, where am I going? But I really like her, so I just probably will tell her. I cheated on her and she asked where I'm going. So now the innocent woman who really loves me and cares about me says, where are you going? Because I heard it so many times. It gets tiresome. Same thing. Why can't you be a man about it? I don't have to worry about that now because I'm not in any of those situations. I'm trying to help somebody. Why can't you be a man about it? If you was a real man, you talk to me. Oh, you just if a man hears that so many times, watch, here's the killer. The divorced mom, who is a single mom, who all she ever says.
You need to plug your phone up. You need to plug your phone up because you're hitting on some keys. Kendra said.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
I still hear you talking. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. I still hear you talking.
Okay. So Kendra is saying, so that means that there is compliance but no commitment. That's Kendra said, so that means that there is compliance but no commitment.
Exactly.
And then Roger, Roger is saying, I think he's saying that God said the word. I don't know how he's trying to say that. Somebody said yes, please. When I said go get your charger, somebody said yes, please. Roger said. Roger said, the word says counsel not, I think he said the word saying counsel not an angry man. I think that's what Roger is saying.
Exactly, yeah, because here's the thing. When you counsel somebody that's angry, they're going to believe what they want to believe. You're going to want to believe what you want to believe, and you'll never have a result. That's why it's so important. And I hate to say it this way. But for many people, we have to learn the art of shut up. If I learn to shut up, watch, and humble myself, minimize myself, then I have nothing to prove. Most people that are humble in friendship, relationship, or whatever ship, they're so gung-ho about proving that they're big and bad that they don't want to humble themselves. Because if you humble yourself, sometimes you'll find some things out about yourself that you never even imagined coming from somebody. David sleeps with Bathsheba. When he sleeps with Bathsheba, it's Naaman that comes to him. David is thinking, oh, well, I was with Bathsheba. I'm a king. It is what it is.
Right.
Naaman comes and tells David a story. He says, this man did this, this man did that. David says, you know what? That man should be da-da-da-da-da-da. Naaman's like, bro, we talking about you.
Right.
So oftentimes, there's things about us that we see or we don't see that sometimes it takes time. But watch, here's the killer. Let's go to communion. I'm going to be passionate now. In the communion hour, when you take communion, the Bible says in that scripture, it says, let a man examine himself. Examine. When you examine yourself, you have a choice. the way you are. What do I mean by that? When the Bible says, let a man examine himself, in context, it is symmetry to a mirror.
Mm-hmm.
When you take a mirror, when you first get up in the morning and you put a mirror in front of you, I don't have time to look at everybody else's mirror because I'm looking at my own self.
Right.
But when you first wake up, you pray, you read your Bible, you stand up and you stretch, you go to the bathroom, you brush your teeth, and when you look in the mirror, you say, God, I got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
God, I got to do this. God, I need, and then you begin to get makeup, pancakes over 9 foundation, and you get that stuff, and then you begin to.
I'm mad you know that.
because you don't want other people to see the blemish that you see. The difference is you see yourself in the mirror and you acknowledge that there's something. Here's what we do in the spirit, the body of Christ. We see it, we acknowledge it, but instead of dealing with it, we cover it up so can't nobody else see it.
Yeah.
And then the minute that we think somebody sees it, we say, what? Hey man, you got a pimple on your nose. Oh my God, do I? Don't play around with it. Just acknowledge it on pimple. Bust it, put on some alcohol, and deal with it. Everybody sees it. Our issue is we have some ways about us. We have some ideologies about us, and we don't think anything is wrong with them because we've never done self-evaluation.
Yeah.
So whenever you do self-evaluation, you say, you know what? I'm two-faced. When was the last time you heard that? You know what? I'm a gossip with no life. When was the last time you ever heard that? You know what? I lay on my back to get all my bills paid. We don't never examine
No, people are not that honest.
Exactly. And church has created a culture where we can't come in church and say, I'm a hoe with problems. I'm a weedhead with problems. I'm a prostitute with problems. I'm a dope man with problems. Because if I come in church and I really tell what's wrong with me, people are gonna that's cool. Because, and I hate to say this, black church, we have become so sorority clubbish in our church presentation that if we don't have on the right clothes, if we don't have on a collar, we don't have on a suit. Listen, I've been doing this pretty much all my life since I was 60 years old. I'm almost 50. I've watched pastors come. I've watched pastors go.
Right.
Pastors, and I'm going to deal with pastors suffering from mental illness. Pastors suffer from mental illness because you have a lot of parishioners who force things on pastors that they think that they have to take. And because they think that they have to take those things, they go into PTSD, they go into depression, they recluse themselves away from everyone. Because if I'm a pastor of a church, how about you help me lead people to Jesus versus telling me, well, Pastor, first Sunday we wear black. This Sunday we do. One of the biggest fights I got into was my first church years ago, and I told them to uncover the communion table. Now, for anybody that's a pastor that's not confident in their feelings and their emotions, they would have flipped this. I said, remove the cover from on top of the cup and the juice. Reverend, we've always done it. I said, remove the cover from. We need to meet. I said, we don't have to meet about nothing. Remove the cover. Well, it's always been covered up. And then here's that beautiful question most pastors never ask: why is it covered up? Well, it's always been covered up. That's just the way we was taught. How can a sergeant got to be a racist like the Klan did their people? But that don't mean it's right.
Right.
I said, why do we cover it up? Well, since you're so smart, you tell me. I said, because years ago, when our people, our ancestry was in the woods, when they had church, they actually fixed real bread and they served real wine. And they covered it up with a white sheet because flies, bugs, and parasites came to eat the bread and drink the wine. That's why they covered it up. Pastors, I've seen pastors go into depression because we get them with all of these man-made rules that have nothing to do with God. And they go into, I know it's off subject, but they go into this.
No, you got some pastors and apostles commenting.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Cassandra.
I'm saying this.
Yeah. Cassandra said she liked when you said humble yourself. That's a great one. The art of being quiet. Apostle Jones is on. He said introspection is significant to any and all believers. Pastor Carol is on. She said, yeah, say that. And Cassandra says, oh my, what a great revelation. And she's saying thank you because you're talking about that communion and why the table is always covered. And she's saying that's a great revelation.
Well, here's the thing, and I guess this is kind of switch to pastors because I am one. God has blessed me to go all over the country showing young pastors
Yeah.
Literally, they're suffering burnout.
Yep.
Because I'm like, wait a minute. The young pastor who's 21 years old, he comes into his church where he's pastor, he's thinking, let me love on the people, let me love on the people, and the people tell him, we trust you to be our leader, we want you to be our pastor. He's got this excitement, this fire in it, he's ready. And then here comes the silliness. Well, here we do, let me get this right. Y'all want me to lead y'all, but then y'all want to give me rules and regulations that ain't even godly. So as a pastor, especially if you're a young pastor, whether you're a pastor, bishop, apostle, what have you have to make sure that you learn your history of why we do things in church. Last year, 3,910 churches closed. One, because they're older members and they had no.
Say that again, Pastor Marvin.
Because 3,910 churches closed last year. Because the churches either had no young people and all the older people died, or the pastor either quit or committed suicide. I think last year, those 210 pastors in America, they committed suicide, spiritual burnout, because we think that we understand church when we have no clue of what church is really on. Church is about reaffirming the goodness of God, getting refueled for what you have to deal with on Monday. If you only have a tongue-speaking fivefold ministry on Sunday and you can't tell nobody about Jesus Monday through Saturday, you are a cult. You're not part of the kingdom of God at all. But here's the thing: you have many people in church that have dealt with stress, drama, and not just pastors. Let me deal with people in church. You have people who come off the street and they say, I'm going to turn my life over to Christ. I used to be a prostitute. I was a drug dealer. I was a pimp. Now I want to get into the body of Christ, get the word to help pull people out. And there's one or two church people that always have something to say stupid. And then they have no justification. That's why I said some people aren't raised the same way we're raised. Right. They don't know that they're evil. They think that what they're doing is right. The Bible even says there's a way to see the right under that. So you think that you're doing right, but in reality, you're not. So here's the reason why many pastors are stressed. Many pastors are stressed because if I've gotten the clarity and the takeoff permission from God, why are you putting me on hold based on your man-made rules that make absolutely no sense? Why put out a chair at the invitation and say things like, come up to the church because if you sin, you owe the church an acknowledgement. So let me get this right. The girl who's pregnant got to come and sit in the chair, but the deacon who got her pregnant gets to still keep serving. But we don't say anything about that. Right. You understand? The things that we do in our ministries, according to what our ancestry was taught, we've been doing it for hundreds of years, and nobody asks the question, is it right? Is it wrong? So you have a pastor that's coming in with a rhema word from God. He is walking in the anointing, and now the anointing meets a roadblock. And when the anointing meets the roadblock, the pastor's thinking, how in the world am I going to get around it? I'm going to pray. I get you, pastor. You say, well, all you got to do is pray. There's more to it than prayer, bro. Right. Listen, let me help y'all with something. When you are dealing with stress inside the church, and I'm saying this as a pastor based on my first church years ago, when you're dealing with stress in the church, there's one little scripture that's going to help you, and you have to have anointed people around you to help you. Always remember the scripture, Romans chapter 16, verse 17. Romans chapter 16, verse 17. Mark those who cause division among you and treat them as if they're infidels. In other words, inside of the church, the book of Romans is a blueprint for the Christian church anyway. Inside of the church, if you have hell raisers inside the church, you need to mark them. Let everybody know that they are the troublemaker and eventually escort them out. We don't want to get rid of people in church because we want to give them another chance. I get that. But in the same token, we'll let hell raisers stay in church, wreak all types of havoc in the church. Nobody say anything because everybody's kin to each other in the church. Right. And when the church begins to go down, instead of the person that's the hell raiser getting the blame, the pastor gets the blame because he never said anything. But if I say something, all y'all gonna stick with blood and want to fight. So it's like right. So you have a pastor that meets the oppression with his anointing, and it's like, okay, and I get it. You hear people, the anointing breaks the yoke. I hear what you're saying, but the anointing breaking the yoke sometimes is immediate, and sometimes it takes time. And there's no pastor on this post that hasn't had to deal with hellions in their church. All pastors have to deal with them. You love them unconditionally, but when never get away with stuff.
Murder.
No, if you got an issue with somebody in the church and they're doing wrong, check them. Because, Pastor, if you are anointed by the Spirit of God and He's telling you to do a great work in your city, in your ministry, that He's called you over, then the anointing, when tradition meets truth, when tradition meets truth, something has to give.
Yeah.
But we have many pastors that are suicidal and ready to quit because it's like, wait a minute, God, you said you'd be with me. And because the way these people are coming at me, it doesn't seem like you're with me, God. God, what am I supposed to do? You know what? Now I'm like Jeremiah because I'm crying all the time and I don't know why.
And I don't know why.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you're
Yeah.
of the demon, you become like Elijah and you want to run away.
Yeah.
And just hide in the cave.
And so.
And then they piss you off so bad that you want to be Peter and grab a knife and start cutting them. It's
Right.
a range of emotions.
So that's a good segue into my next question then. Do you think on the average, your African American male pastor, do you think on average that they know when they have slipped over into depression, but they keep functioning, they keep showing up to preach, they keep showing up to counsel, but something internally is broken, but they, here's what we do. We'll tell each other, oh, you got depressed through it, you got depressed, but it's like you're telling an empty picture to keep pouring, and there's nothing left, and people are just pouring. And listen, we got so many empty people still trying to pour, and you know what? I can look at somebody and I can be like, not just because I dealt with it or I deal with it myself, but also because from a prophetic perspective, I can look at people and tell, they're functioning, they're pouring, but there's nothing coming out. You sound good because you know how to sound good. You've gotten so accustomed to doing this. Like you said earlier, you know how to put the pancake on the pimples so, we don't see it. But here's what's happening. You got all this stuff caked up on your face, and we still see your imperfections. And nobody wants to address it.
Well, here's where the break comes, and I'm gonna deal with the Apostle Paul, how he dealt with it. The break comes in the pastor, not just the pastor, apostle, bishop, prelate, whoever it may be. The break comes when you are working on your sermon Saturday night, and Monday night you're working on your sermon, and the Holy Spirit gives you the mind of what you want to do. So you begin to get into your scripture. You look it up in context. You apply your hermeneutics. You get to your homiletics. So when you find yourself on Friday finalizing the sermon, if you're a preacher watching this, please don't wait till Saturday night to start working on your sermon for Sunday, because that's called a Saturday night special. And Saturday night specials do nothing but kill people. Anyway, and by the time you get to the finalization of your sermon Thursday, Friday, or however God speaks to you, and you're excited about the sermon, and Saturday comes, and you're like, man, I'm ready. And then Sunday morning comes, and you wake up, and you're like, man, I don't even feel like going this today. That's when your break has come. Psychologically, as a shepherd, you have disconnected from the sheep, but you keep going because you have an obligation to the sheep. Look at the shepherd. The shepherd that is in the field is surrounded by sheep that are slow, dumb, blind, funky. Not only are you dealing with slow, dumb, funky, and blind sheep, and before anybody comes to me, I'm talking about sheep as a anthropomorphic reasoning. When you're in that, and as a shepherd, it seems like not only are you surrounded by certain sheep that are dumb, blind,
Right.
And notice, God never removed
He
the
never
thorn.
did.
Paul prayed about that thorn years ago, and he just happens to revisit and say, I had a thorn in my flesh, and God said, my grace is sufficient. What that suggests is that you can be in the will of God and still have thorns that you can't take out.
That's true.
So you got to learn how to deal with the thorns. If you learn how to deal with the thorns, it gets easier. Now, I'm not going to tell you that all this lie about, every day with Jesus is sweeter than the day before. That's that old church we holler. And
Right.
absolutely no sense whatsoever. Because there's times where you met Jesus and you still wanted to quit after you met him.
Right.
That has nothing to do with it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
from a pastor's perspective, and I want to say this to encourage pastors, you don't know where your next attack is coming from. You don't know at the time who was the sheep. They could be a sheep in 2019 and be a goat in 2020. They could be a goat in 2019 to be a sheep in 2020. You don't know who you can talk to. You don't know who you can trust. You don't know who you can really confide in to help you with the ministry. So the job of a pastor is extremely lonely. The job of a man or woman of God is extremely lonely. Think about this. Moses hung with Aaron and Miriam, and they turned on him. Elijah hung with his armor bearer before he went to Beersheba. He got rid of found himself by himself. Jesus had 12, but he really only hung with Peter, saved the job because that was his crew. Paul dealt with like you have a handful of people that you can say that are ride or die ministry, ride or die. But for the most part, the job of pastoring, being the one that's actually in charge, it is depressing because, as I said, you don't know where the attack is coming from and how the enemy works. The attack comes first from the pulpit, second from the deacons, third from the trustees, fourth from the membership, and then fifth from family. It may not necessarily be in that order,
yeah.
but that's how it's pretty much been for me. It's always those factions of people that end up being the attackers, and you're thinking, wait a minute, I'm sent by God to do a job. I don't want to do this job. Let me take you to the Garden of Gethsemane. Jesus says, let this cup pass from me. Not my will be done, but thy will be done. Here's the thing. Jesus wasn't dealing with cups. That's metaphoric language. There was no cup that he actually had. He said the cup, the thing that he has to get ready to go through. He said, let it pass from me. But you know what? I'm ready to give up, Daddy. I want to kill every last one of them. But you gave a specific command to die on the cross. So I'm not going to die right here. I'm going to die on the cross. Peter, you're going to cut his ear off, and they can really kill you for cutting his ear off. But it's not meant for me to die right here. It's meant for me to die on Calvary. In the realm of being a pastor, apostle, bishop, prelate, what have you, you have a job to do despite the depression, despite pain. 60% of the Bible writers were depressed. Let's really look at Paul. Look at Jeremiah. Look at Paul. Paul says, I learned how to be a baby.
Yeah.
I learned how to be abound. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Most of the people that wrote books in the Bible were depressed. You know what I'm saying? But they still pushed through depression.
So then, if that is true, which we know it is, if that is true, I'm going to ask you a question, and then I want you to give me a second to go to the comments, and then I want you to answer the question. So if that is true, then why do we, or why does the African American community have such a issue dealing with mental illness in as it relates to Christianity or in ministry? Why do we think that, it's just, that's a spirit, we just need to pray for you? No. So let me go to the comments. Why you think? Because I can see I see your wheel turning. Why you thinking on that one? Let me read some of the comments. When you talked about putting the chair out and making the girl come up, Cynthia says, "Oh my God, yes, the girl that's pregnant apologizing. That really hit her." Pastor Corey, he says he can witness to some of the stuff you were saying earlier. Pastor Corey said he can witness that. And then Kendra said, the world needs to hear this message. When do we go on tour? Pastor Corey said, right. Pastor Corey said, favoritism causes division and favor causes provision. Apostle Jones said, that is the true doctrine of grace. It is sufficient for you while you are contending with your issues and yet call for purpose. He will use that struggle and grace for you to get through it. So again, if we understand a lot of the characters, I call them characters in the Bible, you know, and some of our greats, and I said this before, some of your most intelligent people, your Fortune 500 company owners, some of your favorite gospel artists, some of your preachers that you like, and all of these people suffer with depression. Not just saying, oh, I woke up one morning feeling sad. No. These people have been diagnosed by psychiatrists as having some form of depression, whether it's clinical depression or maybe it's major depressive disorder, or PTSD, schizophrenia, bipolar depression, something. So if that is the case, then why don't we like having these kind of conversations as it relates to the African American church?
Well, you have to think about something. In the African American church and the African American community, we never want to address the ills. We only have after party from the effects. When he gets locked up for dope, nobody goes and tells everybody he got locked up for dope. But when he gets out of jail, that's when we throw a party. We throw more jail parties than we do graduate from school parties. But anyway, I'm about to hit you with some drive-by as it pertains to we have to look at the aspect of mental illness among the African American church. Mental illness can be hereditary. Mental illness can be caused by situations. And I counsel people all the time that mental illness can be caused, and this is going to really mess you up when I say this, but mental illness can also be caused by inbreeding. Watch where I'm about to go with this. Now, I said this as a symposium in Dallas, Texas, about 4 years ago. And when I first said it, people said, oh, you're wrong, Reverend, you're wrong. You should not think about this. We have millions of African Americans that are here in the country. Original Africans that were brought here to this country, and especially America, and those that were brought in Jamaica. That term, and I know we're on a live feed, so I'm going to try to keep this kind of fair. That term, mother, in Jamaica, their slaves were forced to have sex with each other. And they would put hoods on the faces of the men and the women. So men would actually be having sex with their mothers. And they didn't even know they were having sex with their mothers. Watch bring us to America. Your ancestry, my ancestry. We had people who were 100% Gambia, Ghana, West Africa, that were brought over here. When they reproduced and had kids, those kids were taken to other plantations. Then you had other people on the same plantation that were family who had kids, and they were taken to other plantations. Fast forward, before the Emancipation Proclamation, you had many slaves who met up at plantations and got together and had kids and got married, but they actually could have been cousins. Nobody ever thinks about that. We always think that, well, my blood is 100%. No. You have cousins, brothers, and sisters who were traded off to different plantations. And when they met up with people later on, you didn't know if you was marrying your cousin.
How could you have known? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So think about this. You have a bloodline that comes from West Africa. Now, this bloodline has come to an unknown land. The bloodline upon the raping of our ancestral women is severed. So not only do you have that 100% pure African blood, now you've got that white blood raped. Thus are different skin tones and colors, but you have all those different slaves that were sent to different plantations, and now
Mm.
So now, when we look at the mental illness piece, you have many people who will never be functioning adults because the bloodlines were crossed. Right now, we don't know. For those that are married, you don't know if you're married to a distant cousin. You
Right.
have no clue.
Right.
Because our lives were cut. Our families were separated. So when you come into 2019, you have to be aware that the person that you're dealing with, they can have mental illness because it's hereditary. They can have mental illness because it's literally in their DNA because the bloodlines have crossed. There's a plethora of reasons that we can get into. So when it pertains to mental illness and why we don't want people to know, we have enough black eyes in the black community. So we don't want people to think that we're mentally imbalanced. So here's what we do. Instead of putting the person who has a mental illness in front of a psychologist, we put them in a back room in front of a TV. And when you come to the house, what's that noise back there? Oh, that's just Jerry. You go to the bathroom and you got to go through that room where Jerry is to get to the bathroom, and you're like, what's wrong with him? And like Big Country said earlier, oh, well, he's just crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
If they're crazy, how about we get them some help?
Right.
The person's ignoring the problem. You cannot ignore the problem because the truth be told, some people do need medication.
Yeah.
Some people do need clinical counseling,
Yeah.
whether they are bipolar, whether they're catatonic with schizophrenia, no matter what the diagnosis
Right.
is. There are some people that will never be able to function until they have the right medicine and they're talking to the right people. You hear people say, oh, that's just a spirit, that's just a spirit. But those same people that are hollering that's a spirit behind closed doors when they have a cousin that ain't right, they're taking them somewhere to get help.
Right.
They're going out of the state and out of the city.
Right.
Because we don't want to admit that we have mental issues because sadly, where we once were kings and queens who uplifted each other and worked with each other, now, as long as I get mine before you get yours, I don't care what
Hey,
you
I
do.
don't care.
And that's the mindset that
Yep.
we have here in America.
We don't care. And it's a shame. So then, Cynthia said the first step is acknowledging that there is a problem. And that's where we are. Let me ask you this. And I don't want you to think about no names in particular.
I will.
I know you will. Because that's how you work.
She said we have to address the problem. So if you don't call the problem by name, then I'll go ahead.
Right. So, okay, so like, as a pastor, you're around other pastors at times.
Right.
Have you ever been around other pastors and you be like, probably need to, I either need to leave or I need to talk to him because what he's saying is kind of is off, or you can like you talked about earlier, you can tell when somebody burnt out because every other word is a complaint about something. You know, they just you know, I say it like this. You know, when a man whines, you know, so it's something, but it's something going on. It's something going on.
And you do nothing but talk about your sheep at all times. You should be a shepherd.
Yeah, you need to get out of that business.
Yeah, because chances are your sheep are kin to some other sheep in another church. Sheep talk to sheep. Sheep don't talk to the shepherd, but sheep gonna talk to the sheep. Rule number one as a pastor: if you have some people that's getting on your nerves in your church, it is stupid, and I use that word with all strength in my mouth. It is stupid and dumb to go to another pastor and say things like, "Man, the people I got, let me tell you about this one. You know, brother so and so, let me tell you, you're a shepherd. So it's your job to tend to the sheep. Watch, even when the sheep bite you, you still have to tend the sheep. That's our job. But I've been around some pastors that when I see there's a mental illness, I try my best to redirect them, you know, in certain places. Funny story. 2008, I was at a conference in Memphis, and the group of preachers that I was with was like, "Hey man, let's go eat." I was thinking, I'm big bone, I like to eat. So where are we going to Memphis? You know, it's gonna be good. We get into the car. We probably drove a good 9 or 10 miles in Memphis. So we get over by Grace Place, and outside the club and outside the restaurant, I'm looking and it's just like a silhouette of a woman. And I'm thinking, where the restaurant? I'm a pastor. Where the restaurant? He's like, it's a restaurant right here. I'm like, what is this? He's like, oh, it's a restaurant strip bar, but they got good wings.
while y'all at a conference.
I said, so let me, exactly. I said, let me get this right. Y'all want to walk in and eat some wings in a little hole in the wall, which I can respect that because I love wings in a little mom and pop spot. But you want to watch some nasty strippers who every other preacher that's been through before us is custom. And now y'all want to walk in. I was like, I ain't going in. I sat in the car. They kept coming, man, you sure you ain't coming in? I ain't going in there because that's not my element. So it was then in the car that I said, you know what? These probably are some real good brothers. A couple of them I just met. I said, but at this time, I need to separate.
Yeah.
Because clearly you got some mental stuff going on if you are a preacher, pastor, and you're in a strip club eating wings and dropping money in a G-string.
And you think this is okay.
Exactly.
Right.
That's the illness when you think that it's okay. We're calling wrong right and right wrong. So here's the funny part. Not even 30 seconds after they come back out and they talking about me and saying all this other stuff, we pulling out the parking lot in front of the police in because they get ready to raid the place. Because it's a massage parlor, slash unit bar and all of that. So I'm thinking, I'm done with you Negroes for life. You ain't never got to worry about going with y'all.
Ever.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna say this about many pastors, and this is not an insult. This is a reality. There are many people who have the title of pastor that were called to be ushers, and they are crying to God to help them lead the sheep. When it's not their job to lead the sheep, it's their job to open the door to let the sheep in.
Yeah.
And it's a dangerous place to put a ladder up on a house and climb up to the top of the ladder only to find out you're on top of the wrong house.
Wow.
And we got some preachers and pastors that, well, I felt the spirit one Sunday. That could mean that you were meant to be security. I don't necessarily mean you meant to pastor.
Right.
I mean, you get what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah.
saying that.
Yeah.
But a lot of that illness, mental illness, and PTSD and stress can be avoided if you make your calling and election sure.
Yeah.
Just because you danced on Sunday don't mean you're supposed to be a pastor.
Right.
And now because pastoring and being an apostle and a bishop is easy, all I got to do is go on Google and type in become an apostle in 30 days. And if I pay $300, they'll send me a certificate. Bam, I'm an apostle. So then when stuff starts hitting you because you're not really an apostle, pastor, or bishop, and the trials of life and ministry start to hit you, you don't know how to cope because it's not your calling. But when it's your calling, you know what to do. If you've been in this for as long as I have and the other pastors and apostles, you know what to do. I want to cuss y'all out, but I'm going to give y'all what that says the Lord. But before I give y'all what that says the Lord, I got to give it to myself. Because if I don't preach it to myself, preaching it to y'all ain't going to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So back to the original question, the African American experience as far as mental illness, we cannot fix what we won't face.
Yeah.
If you admit that you have somebody in your family that needs medicine and everybody separates away from you, then you don't need those people to be next to you when the person gets well.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? But we have a tendency to want to impress people that don't even like us.
Yeah.
So I don't want them to know that I got divorced and I was depressed. I don't want them to know that I'm a preacher and I feel like crying. So to compensate with my pain as a preacher, I'm going to get up, yell, scream, hot, clothes, and eggplant and shut the place down. But when I get back to my pastor's study and I sit down and I think about all the hell that I'm in, I got the people hyped and I made them shout. I made them go forth in tongues. But here I am miserable because nothing has changed. And as I said last year, 210 preachers committed suicide.
Yeah.
3,910 churches closed because preachers, pastors, and apostles had burnout because when I would do good, evil is always present. And I'm trying my best not to kill these folks. So instead of me cussing them out, instead of me going on, and watch, instead of me consulting God, just like Moses did about what to do, I'm going to hold it all inside. And if there's the first time my wife or my husband or somebody comes at me the wrong way, damn.
They're going to get it. Yeah.
And they're going to be like, where did this come from?
Yeah.
Because I got a deacon trying to kill me. I got an assistant pastor trying to get me fired. I got a young lady that's in the choir that's pregnant by one of my ministers. I can't sit this one down because if I sit this one down, so many pastors go through stuff like that. And because it's a lonely job and you're trying to please everybody, the only solution is to please you.
Trust me, I know. Let me ask you this. Earlier you were talking about have you ever seen anybody just say, hey, you know, I'm two-faced, or hey, I got this problem. Have you ever seen a pastor? You know, I speak as a pastor also, but have you ever seen a pastor come before the people and say, hey, I owe everybody an apology. Last Sunday, I came in here and, you know, I was angry, you know, at such and such, or this had happened before I got here, and I took it off on y'all, and I went off on everybody, and in the middle of the sermon, I know I said a few words I shouldn't have said that wasn't really in the Bible, but I kind of made y'all think because the way I said it, y'all thought it was all part of the sermon, but what happened was, I went off for a little bit, and then I came back, and I just want to apologize to everybody. Or, have you ever heard a pastor get up and say, well, this many people left because of something I did, instead of getting up and saying, oh, everybody church hopping, and everybody is, y'all leave because y'all don't want to be submitted to nobody. But how many times do leaders get up and admit some of this stuff is our fault?
Well, let me tell you something. 3 weeks ago, this past Sunday, I made the worst pastoral mistake I've made in my entire life. There were some objects in our church that were sentimental to some people. I am a progressive pastor. I stand on the shoulders of those that have come before me. I believe tradition is a good thing, but I also believe that some traditional stuff we need to get away with, and that's why our churches only have 20 or 30 people, because you can't have an 8-track mindset in a world of downloads and MP3. So I stood up in the pulpit and just went all the way over. It wasn't during the sermon. I've never gone off during a sermon, but during offering, I went off about some objects in the church. When I did it was the way that I did it. And the object that I had in my hand, I dropped it to say whatever. When I dropped it, I said, oh, dang. I said, why did I do that? I only caught myself in that because I've learned over the years. You know what I mean? I've been in this since '86. So I've learned over the years that when you're wrong, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. So what I did was I called a church meeting to apologize. And everything that people had been wanting to say came out. I stood there and I took it like a G because I was wrong. The average pastor, bishop, prelate never admits that they're wrong because people have put them on a godly pedestal to think that they're never wrong.
Yeah.
And I said this a couple days ago. There's 2 types of hammers that we use in church. We use a claw hammer to nail boards together with nails, and we use that hammer to build a scaffold to put the preacher and pastor on a higher level. And as soon as they mess up, you grab the sledgehammer and knock it down because we put them on there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there are many pastors who would feel released if they would simply say, I'm sorry. And here's the catch. You're going to say, I'm sorry. And those who are spiritual are going to come and restore you. That word, that word is, brothers, when your brothers called in a fall, ye who are spiritual come together and restore. That word restore in context means to break. In other words, yeah, you messed up, but come here.
Yeah.
Give me a hug. When you're spiritual, you know that person messed up, but you're not going to beat them over the head with it because you learned that I need to pull you in and hug you because somebody pulled me in and hugged me when I was screwed.
Yeah.
The people who are spiritual are going to forgive the leader. The people who have no clue what the Bible says and just want to keep holding on and mentioning it over and over again, I'm living that still, they'll never get it. But you got to wipe the dust from your boots and keep moving and love the hell out of people because I'm a witness. You can turn people from being your enemy into being in your favor. But that doesn't happen in 2 months. It takes time. But as a leader, always say that you messed up. If you can't say that you messed up, you're not a leader.
Yeah. Ronald said.
If I'm a lying leader,
Ronald said pastoral mistakes should teach us to be better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You have to be. Pastoring is
things my therapist talked to me about as a pastor, she was saying we don't necessarily do it to ourselves. She said, but because of the pedestal people try to put us on a lot of times, she was saying that there's a God conscious that that comes about. One is the people see us high and lifted up, and then if we're not careful, you know, after a while we'll start saying, well, you know, I am the link between, you know, them and God, you know, so, yeah. So she said then we develop this God concept about ourselves to where, because I was asking her, she was telling me how preachers have one of the highest levels of clinical depression and clinical burnout. And I was asking her why, you know, why are the numbers so high when it comes to preachers and Christendom? And she was saying because, you know, and I've said this too, we have that Jesus gonna fix it mentality. But here's what I said, that takes the responsibility away from us. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I say this all the time. It ain't how you jump in church, it's how straight you walk when you get outside.
Mm-hmm.
And just like parishioners have to lean and depend on Jesus, we got to lean and depend on Jesus too.
Mm-hmm.
It's dangerous when, and this is strictly black church, I ain't going to say it's all, I say it's 90% African American church. We put our preachers on a pedestal. And I'm saying this because where I serve here in Ohio, I don't have chairs in the pulpit unless it's a funeral. That's when we're up there because I have preachers that are coming from an older setting. Myself and the associate ministers, we come from the first couple of rows. Preacher comes from among the people. What happens is that when you've been pastor 20-something years and you sit in a chair over people, you begin to think that you actually are that kingly royalty. They begin to look down on subjects and I don't know, the high pulpits and all of that. That was brought to us by Catholicism because think about this. Look at the Pope. Mm-hmm. When the Pope comes to town, they shut down the town. Yeah. Wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. The Pope, who has thousands of men up under him that are molesting children and he knows about and is helping to pay the family off, comes through New York City and everybody says, it's the Holy Pope. No, he's just a man because when he died, he gonna either hit heaven or hell. Just like the rest
right.
But because they have worshipped the Pope since the inception of the particular denomination here in America, we've done the same thing in our own demographic as the preacher himself. So when we have anniversaries as a church, I won't say where this church is. This church, the walls are leaking, the roof is falling in, the pews are wooden, and people have sat on the pews and they've broken, but yet they bought the pastor a Jag for his anniversary. Let me
say it ain't so.
Your building ain't even standing, and you bought your pastor a Jag because here in America we have monopolized the money thing. Watch, burnout comes from many preachers because I was a nobody in school. I was a nobody in a regular life.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna become a preacher because preachers make a lot of money. No, we don't.
No, we don't.
I teach at college. We don't make a lot of money. Mm-hmm. There's some preachers that make a whole bunch of money. But here's the thing: before we get into the sow a seed, if God will, I truly understand the process of sowing and reaping. But it's easy to say that here in America, where everybody gets a paycheck. I need you to go to Cambodia, go to Yugoslavia, and places where other third world countries where they have no money and they barely eat. Get a podium, stand in the middle of South Africa and tell them if you sow a seed, God gonna make you rich. And tell me how they look at you. It's easy to do that here in America because money is plenty. As we say it's not, but it really is. But can you do that same sermon overseas where they have absolutely nothing? That's another show altogether. I don't even want to light them up. But
you know what I was thinking?
But the reality of it is, as pastors, we've been put on pedestals by people. Now, the Bible says, how beautiful is the feet of those who proclaim the gospel. We get that. Anniversary-wise, I don't make anniversary requests. If the church honors me, I'm cool with that. Watch, when I go places, and I've heard people
Now you know you messing up some stuff, right? You know you messing with some stuff.
Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, there are a few people who have been prophesied to, and they've come into some money. I get it. But what about the other hundreds of thousands that are in the ground dead because they sowed a seed? They live right, never cussed, never drank, spoke in tongues, believed in fivefold ministry, laid hands on the sick and did everything, and they kept believing that that financial blessing was going to come. It's more than money. And what kills us in church is that when you begin to talk about money, profits, and there's probably some in my inbox right now, I just ain't thinking just profits coming, how you going to you in my pockets, bruh. The call is about getting people to Jesus. That's the call. Getting people that we have forgotten about the call, and we have fallen for all of the reverend ideologies. And if you get, I get the money aspect because you're supposed to take care of the man or woman of God. But if you taking care of the man or woman of God so tough to where your church building is falling in, example, if you're at a church service, true story, and there's 20 women in here that need to sow a seed of $100, and if you do, God is going to send you a husband this time next year. Okay, so if she is mentally ill, psychotic, crazy, just divorced, and not ready for a husband, what makes you think that her giving $100 is going to get her a husband?
Right.
Here's another scenario, true story, same preacher, same church. This preacher gets up and she says, well, right now, and they know how to tune into people. Right now, there's somebody right now that's got a broken heart. That's 40% of the people in church. There's a sister right now that's struggling in a relationship. That's another 40% of people in church. Somebody right now is struggling with finances. That's about 90%. They're not struggling because they ain't got it. They're struggling because they robbed Peter to pay Paul, and they beg for their needs and finance their wants. That's pretty much what goes down in church. So they know what to say. So you have a young lady who has 3 kids to sit on the back pew, and you tell her, evangelist, who she'll never see again because she'll never come back to that church, well, if you sow a seed of $100, God is going to do this. And the very next day, she's got an electric bill that's due. That electric bill that's due needs to be paid, or they gonna cut off the electric, and her 3 kids are not gonna have food or anything else. So my question is, do you sow the seed of $100 and think that God gonna send miracle money in the mail for 24 hours like He did with maybe 8 or 9 other people, or do you use common sense, pay your electric bill, take some financial classes, and learn how to manage your money? 80% of people that are in church and have financial issues, it's not because they're struggling and the job don't pay enough. It's the fact that they put 50 on the electric bill instead of paying the whole 120, 30 on the water bill instead of paying the whole 70, and then I'm going to get these shoes and this other stuff off one to come in church to impress some people that don't like me. And truth be told, I don't like them either, but I need to come in church and go through the part. My pockets is struggling. When I get to the grocery store every single week, my groceries are $30, but I go in the negative because I keep buying stupid stuff to impress other people. That's the circle of what we see in church. And while we doing that every single week, people aren't finding Jesus. You got women who don't know how to be mothers because they're so busy dealing with church folk. Fathers that don't know how to be fathers because they're keeping up with all of the rigmarole and the routines and the ritualistic things of church, but they're not leading people to Christ. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and then all these things will be added. So if you seek after God, the very stuff that you've been chasing will start chasing after you. But you got to learn how to seek after God first. But we make it into a gimmick. The dude that comes on BET, Peter Popoff, I could put him in a grill, pour gas on him, set him on fire, and please, I hope somebody posts this on his page or emails in this freaking video. Here's why. They know how to play the gimmicks. Watch. I'm going to say this and then I got to get off.
Is that the man with the oil? Or
Peter Popoff that's been in jail already. Yeah, oil and water. He runs water out the sink and puts it in a little vial and sends it to you. And watch. Here's the thing. Let me say this and then I got to get off. And hopefully you'll bring me back for another part.
I will.
When you remember the gospel song we used to sing, Can't Sleep at Night and Wonder Why Maybe God's trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
The BET, MTV owns BET. They know how to reach out to the people that are struggling because in the middle of the night, if you can't sleep, you willing to try anything.
Yeah.
Exactly. Why don't we see them in the afternoon and in the day? You only see them at 2, 3 in the morning because watch. You've been up all night worried about your son who's locked up. You've been up all night worried about your daughter who's pregnant. You've been up all night wondering how am I going to pay this and how am I going to pay that. So you thought and heard, and like most of us, we pick up the remote, wonder what's on TV. And then because they know how to tune in, are you struggling in your finances? Are you struggling in this? All you have to do is sow a seed of $199.95, and God will. And then they get a bunch of crazy people with mental illness to do testimonials. I sold a seed of $175, and the next day I had a check, and it was $355,000, and I just praised the Lord. Come on, man. But they're smart because there's going to be people in their bedroom tonight that's going to say, I tried everything. Let me send that money for that spring water. The spring water is free. All you got to do is pay shipping and handling. Okay, so that's $195. Shipping and handling is probably about $2. So $1.95 from hundreds of thousands of people every single night because they can't sleep. He's evil, but he's a genius. He's an evil, stupid genius because as long as you up worrying about it, you're willing to try
anything
to pull you out of your pain. When did Miracle Spring Water start doing that? When did anointing oil, the oil comes from the press. Oil is symbolic. When did that start getting rid of $300,000 debt? I tried that oil, and when I tried that oil, everything in my life changed. In order for me to believe that prophetic word that you just gave us, I need to follow you home. I need to see before conditions, and then I need to see after conditions. So if you're going to prophesy to me under the anointing, if you're going to prophesy to me, and it's a real word from God, I know Baptist preachers, they supposed to talk like this, and I'm not a Baptist preacher, I'm Baptist college. But if you're going to prophesy over my life, number one, I need to know if you know who God is. Number two, I need to know if he talks to you. Number three, I need to know the accuracy of your prophecy. Number four, I need you to give me an exact time to get on a microphone and say, right now, somebody in here named such and such, you're going to come into a financial blessing. If I work every 2 weeks, hell yeah, I'm going to come into a financial blessing. Because I get a paycheck. Give me a prophecy that is accurate,
right.
on time. Not no big, like, prime example, hurricane season in Louisiana, in that Gulf Coast. You round about hurricane season. I prophesied a hurricane. Nigga, it's been 3 hurricanes every year since 1912. You ain't prophesying nothing. Now, if you give me the name of the hurricane,
right.
Tell me where it's going to land,
right.
how many people going to die, and exactly what city going to be affected.
Look, and by what time we need to evacuate. Then you a prophet.
That's a prophetic word. If you tell a woman that God is about to deliver you and God is going to have you a husband down the line, I need to know his name.
Child, what?
I need to know if he got good credit. I need to know if he's normal. Ain't going to beat the crap out of me.
Right.
Give me a prophetic word that's on time. But to give vague predictions, you're nothing more than Nostradamus and a soothsayer. Make sure that your prophecy is true and correct. And you say that, well, sometimes the spirit is cloudy. Spirit ain't never been cloudy. Your mind is cloudy, but
right, but not the spirit. Not the spirit.
All these types of things, people will fall into that because I didn't make enough money on my job. I didn't pay my bills on time. I really pissed away a lot of money in my former days drinking, kicking, and clubbing. So now, what am I supposed to do? So why? Somebody comes with a gimmick and says, all you got to do is sow this and everything will change. That's like telling a fat person, and I'm fat, so nobody comes for me. That's like telling a fat person, all you got to do is take this one pill and you'll drop 20 pounds in 3 weeks. Shut up. You're a liar. You're like, oh my God, that dude in that spring water and that dude selling that oil is hurting my nerves. Anyway, I got to get off it. Listen, hopefully we can continue this. Listen, my new book hopefully will be coming out in the fall. It is the charismatic chameleon in the Christian church. It is dealing with church hurt, but it's also dealing with how pastors hurt congregations, but also how congregations hurt pastors. So hopefully you'll be able to have me on again. But listen, I have not eaten. I'm big bone, and I need to fix this.
Look, you see me eating, right?
You know, you can eat. If I pull up a chicken leg, then I might get something out of talk about.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. I hope our guests have enjoyed having you. They had a Jonathan said, "You're right. It's all about getting people to Jesus," and he said, "Amen to that." So our guests have really, our audience have enjoyed you. So I certainly will have you back on again. We can finish up this conversation because I do want to ask you. Say your name the right way, because I messed your name up.
It's Marvin E. Barner Jr. B as a boy, A-R-N-E-R Jr. There's a real picture of a fat face on my profile picture. So just click on it and roll it.
So it's Marvin E. See, I said it again. Barner Jr. Y'all look him up. Follow him on Facebook, all right? All right, so we'll see you guys Saturday night. We'll see you guys back Saturday night, and we'll finish up our conversation. Thank all of you for participating in the conversation. Those of you that commented, thank you so much. Ariel Lloyd Davis, if you're still on, don't forget you are the winner tonight. You won the necklace set. Give me a call, inbox me your address so we can get your prize to you, all right? Don't forget, if you need us, go to our website, www.benitaBradleyMinistries.org, and there's a request form, there's a prayer request form, there's a donate button on there. Everything you need to know is on our website, all right? So until the next time, don't forget about our sponsors. Look our sponsors up here on Facebook, and we'll see you next time, all right? Bye-bye.